Can't quite do that, no. Okay, I am officially properly live. I've set everything up. Oh yeah, babies. Oh yeah, babies! They need names! How's it going, Almond? That's great. We all love a healthy cow. Right, the question is, am I properly live? Bitrate's looking okay. I'm putting out them kilobytes via OBS. It would appear that in general I am alive. Oh, my hair is funkin'. Lottie ear reveal for y'all there. Right, there we go. All of you that aren't here yet. See, this is why most streamers have the 5-minute countdown thing. I just sit and talk to myself like a fool. But you know what? I like it that way. That's the ultimate way to do it, really. Oh, hang on. Just a little. There we go. Okay, we actually got names for these foolish children. This beautiful Igglybuff is to be dubbed Virgilio. A-okay. Thank you, Gratis. What about you? How are you doing in general? Virgilio? I still don't get it. But all seen Skell, if you're out there, that one's for you. Hello, Salty Snacks. It's very good to see you. And how are you today? All right, Gratis. Good to see that you're doing okay. My chair is not right. Like, you know what I mean? I'm kind of leaning. Huh. The Marl, I got a request to nickname it Serena. Very slow start to my day today. Isn't that kind of a good thing, though? Do you really want a high-pitched start? Very good, thanks. Better than expected. Oh, well, better than expected is also a positive answer. I mean, it's technically not, right? It's got negative parts to it, but it's mainly positive. Look at this team! We have a full team of Pokemon with Present! I can't get over it! Alright, let's go swim on a cow. Actually, we're gonna start by going south from the Safari Zone gate. Yeah. See, we avoided an awful lot of trainers last time because we knew we were going to end up with a bundle of babies. Something I'm sure many of us have experienced before in our lives. I'll make sure you need to buy an inflatable so I can do that for real. Oh, float on your cow. Yeah, honestly, cows, good swimmers. Good enough that they can swim through whirlpools. Fact. Okay, Steiner, you do indeed have the experience share. We love Steiner. Okay then. Now from what I recall, this couple is immensely suggestive. And they've been very memed over the years. I look so weird on my webcam, I look like I'm uncomfortable. I'm not. I think it's tilted slightly. Duff and Ada. I don't get what would be suggestive about Duff and Ada. That's it! It's the Pokemon they use. That's what gets memed. I'm really glad they're both using big high defense Pokemon, makes me very happy. Oh no, don't lower my attack. It's such a rare chance to come off of Aurora Beam, but okay, good. Well, Sandstorm's a pest, but not really much I can do about it. I hate having Surf, right? And instead of using Surf to destroy Onix's 4 times weakness, I'm using Present. Well, this'll give Steiner some good experience at least, like right off the bat. Yeah, like 500-ish for Steiner. Maths. Good job, Steiner, you'll never use that. I'm not liking how few of these levels... There we go! A few of these levels Steiner's getting attack in. You can't use Sing, I'm sorry. I should get a Miltank plush. Because I always have the Swinub plush for the Present run. That's not because Swinub can learn Present. It's because Swinub is a gift. But honestly, Almond has proven to be, like, so integral here. That was a lot to an Onix. Yeah, that's more like it. That must have been the 120 from Almond. I love how bad Onix is. Gang, come on. You can do it. You can kill the Onix. This is Present. This is what it is. This is what the run is. What you see is what you get. You have 2 Pokemon out? No, you just heal twice as much. You're just subject to twice as many of the whims of fate. There's nothing good here. Chim Cham! Onix doesn't even have Sandvale. It's got Surdy or Rockhead. Alright, that was awful, but whatever. What matters is that Steiner will probably evolve from that. No. Do you get less from leveling up than I give credit for? I had it in my head that would be all Steiner would have needed, due to the fact that when eggs hatch they have an insane amount of friendship. Do they have less friendship when hatching than I gave them credit for? I thought it was 200, maybe it's only like 180. These obscure values I talk of. 180 friendship. A statement by the utterly deranged. I mean, we want to try and get Steiner up to the 30s as soon as possible. And then we'll start work on Serena, and then we'll finally start work on Virgilio. Because Serena's actually going to be pretty decent, despite being a Marl. I just don't know if we're going to be able to get Steiner up there, you know? Experience is not exactly handed out well in Johto. And we kind of already cleared out all the gyms. Thankfully I left like all the trainers. I'm super glad for Past Me, because Past Me makes life a lot easier for me sometimes. Although sometimes Past Me's like, what if I play Pokemon HeartGold using only Presents, so never mind. Past Me's garbage. Double team's a move, you can't... Ah, whatever. Alright, Electabuzz has beans for defense, so we should be able to one-shot it. Despite how Electabuzz looks, yeah, it's got terrible, terrible defense. Oh. Wow. That's a rip. Good night, sweet prince. Told you. Yeah, Steiner's slowing down a lot for these levels. That faint cry though. Someone's been playing Voltorb Flip. I actually really like the Electabuzz line. It was one of these lines I never thought anything of whatsoever, but I used one when I played through Pokemon Emerald Omega, which is a ROM hack. Which is a ROM hack designed to make Emerald way harder, but give you access to all the Pokemon. It even adds in some Gen 4 Pokemon. But, yeah, the starters, for some weird reason, are Elekid, Magby, and Smoochum. This is not balanced, because one of these doesn't get to fully evolve. Guys, you suck. But yeah, I took the little Elekid because I've never really cared for Magmortar, and it was like, eh, I may as well take this one. And it was a lot of fun. My PP, please. I only have so much over the whole team and I'm using it up twice as fast. Hello, Mother. Yeah, there aren't really any near me. I really hate how these trainers are all using Pokemon that are like over 10 levels lower than mine. And I still need to go back and heal after each one because it just uses up so much of my PP that I don't feel comfortable. So unfortunately we do need to beat Jasmine and Price before we can access new trainers. All we have are the trainers that are on this route and the ones on the way to Cianwood City. But still, we should be able to beat Price with that. It's Jasmine I'm worried about. Sorry, big milky cow. This is such a short little route. Yeah, I already fought you. I already fought you. Yeah. Huh. That's it, isn't it? Alright. Unfortunately then, I really doubt we're going to be able to get very far without actually grinding for Steiner's experience. I still don't know how to take on Jasmine. I think we're going to need 2 really good Pokemon at least level 40. You know what? We have a full team. Oh, you're not the photographer. The one time I wanted to actually take a photograph. I'm very sad now. I don't warm up, I just hop on a cow. I have a friend who loves cows. Like, he just thinks they're amazing. And whenever I go on holiday to, like, a place in the countryside, he's always like, oh, take loads of pictures of the cows there for me. I want to see the cows. They're so cute. And it's like, they're really not, they look vacant as hell. Oh, we also need to check out the ruins of Alf. I can't forget about that. We need to go there to see if we can find the moonstone that's supposed to be there. I've already... okay. Already been there, done that. I mean, I could probably... Let me look at my webcam. This is a dangerous maneuver. I think that's better. It was risky play though. My webcam isn't exactly designed for my monitor. My monitor's really thin, whereas the webcam's designed to go on a thick one. So it just kind of hangs loose. Wow, Steiner, I really thought you were going to evolve a lot sooner than you kind of were making any effort to, huh? I need to ride my Pokemon, it's a cow! I love how they made a really short water route, but I remembered it being a really long water route because they just shoved it full of trainers. Like, you absolutely cannot move for battles here. Thanks, Almond. You love to see it. Okay, good. Miltank has good lungs and or secretly has gills. Gill tank. Well, no, we looked it up. Cows can swim, and not only can they swim, they're good swimmers. It actually makes sense for Miltank to be able to use surf. But whirlpool's where I draw the line. It's weird watching them always be submerged. Can they use dive? I don't know if cows are able to dive, but moose can. Did you know that moose regularly dive down to eat plants at the bottom of the water? I just didn't know moose could swim. They can barely walk. I really didn't expect to be able to dive, but yeah, as a result, moose are a common prey animal of orcas. They look awkward enough. I'm like, yeah, exactly. My mom loves moose because they just everywhere. She thinks it's just the best thing. Oh, great, critical hit. Very necessary, thank you, Shelter. This isn't tedious at all. Yeah, that's your daily moose fact. It's probably your last daily moose fact ever, as well as being your first daily moose fact, but moose fact. You can't say no to that. I did not give you the chance. Yes, Steiner, your attack stat... don't know. Magical Leaf is the last move Cleffa learns by level up. Steiner, I really thought you were going to have evolved by now. Uh-oh. Why is it warm here? I don't really trust that random spots in the ocean would just be warm. I've been in there before, it's cold. It's a nasty place, it's full of sharks and jellyfish. And crabs. Yet, if Steiner was evolved, I would trust that he was able to take out these tentacle. But as a little baby Cleffa, I don't see it happening. Just a full-on tentacle, level 19. Tentacle evolves level 30, there's nothing wrong with this. Get it back in the sea, Jim Jam. Thank you. Gosh, I wish Tentacle could learn Present. I love how I was just complaining about Jellyfish, but then I'm like, oh, I love Tentacle. You're swimming awfully close to a whirlpool there, Kaylee. Maybe you should get some better friends. Like, okay, not that I really have friends, right? But never once have I been hit up with a, oh, let's go swimming next to the whirlpools. I would not respond to that group DM. I'd mark that down as a maybe. Hey Lottie, let's go swim by the whirlpools. Maybe. I can't swim. I can't do a lot of basic things. I only learned how to use the swings when I was 15, 16. My friends taught me in high school. I didn't know how to do it. I didn't know how to keep momentum on them. I didn't know how to keep them swinging. I'd never been on the swings before. Sometimes I wonder if I was just birthed at like 12, just created with artificial memories. Because I do appear to be missing a lot of things. Steiner, evolve please. I mean, Steiner's never gonna be great, right? Like, Miltank and Granbull are easily the two best Pokemon you can get in this run. But still, how much happiness does it need? 220, but I thought they got like 2 or 3 every level. Well, why don't I look it up? It's called Friendship, by the way, the stat. It's not called Happiness. It's a common misconception. Leveling up, leveling up, leveling up. Oh, it only gives +3 or +2 after a certain point. How much do they hatch with? Oh, they only start with 120. Oh, that's nowhere near as high as I thought. Doesn't Cleffa normally, if you catch it in the wild, start with more? It starts with 140. Cleffa you catch in the wild love you more than Cleffa you raise yourself. Oh, they only start with 120. Oh, that's not good. Oh, Steiner's nowhere near. Give it a cookie. I really wish there was more ways to raise friendship than just running around, basically. No. I'm seeking to beat up fools and level up my comet thing. I decided to drop in. This looks like torture. It is torture! Hi, MKK. Welcome, by the way. Thank you for dropping in. Yeah, I punish myself sometimes. As soon as I... So someone suggested this to me, and I was like, no, you can't beat Pokemon only using Present, because of ghost types. And then I looked up the list of Pokemon that could learn Present, because they'd suggested as a joke, because they thought it was a Delibird solo run, but harder. Yeah, thank you, Gratis, for your big suggestions here. They thought it was a Delibird solo run, but harder, but I was like, no, you can breed Present onto other Pokemon. I looked at the ones you can breed them with, and I was like, oh no. Oh no. Why can Miltank learn it when it has Scrappy? So basically, it's possible. but it's torture. At least we have a full team now. It was a Delibird solo run for the first 3 gyms. Didn't even think about that. Yeah, it was not fun. Yeah, as soon as I realised there was actually a way to defeat ghost types, I was like, oh, I have to actually do it now, don't I? Should give the Clef a... Oh, I should give it a haircut, you're right, because it's a Saturday, which means that the haircut brother will be there. Yes, I will go and do that since I need to heal up anyway. Thank you, Steiner. I always forget about that. Because normally when I use friendship Pokemon, it's not that big an issue. Because it'll be like a Zubat or something. And they level up so slowly in comparison that it'll evolve to Golbat at 22 and then generally Crobat at 23. I've never had issues with friendship Pokemon. But this one just hatched him an egg at the end of the last stream. We're having to grind up a full team, by the way, because I can't beat the Steel Gym. For what I feel are obvious reasons. I actually have a strategy for dealing with the Steelix, but I can't get past the Magnemite. She has 2 level 30 Magnemite with Thunder Wave and Confuse Ray. Or maybe it's Supersonic, but either way, they're just designed to stall me out. And Present's already terrible. My strategy for dealing with the Steelix is just to switch between 2 Steelix. Try to use the Egg Togepi you get. I have done that before. Don't get me wrong, Togechad is here. Because Togepi is one of the Pokemon that can learn Present, but I would have to breed it with a Ditto to get a female Togepi, then evolve that, because baby Pokemon can't breed, and then I could finally breed that to get another Togepi that would know Present, that I would then also have to evolve in order to use, and then after all that, Togetic is the only Pokemon in this run that's worse than Delibird. Yeah, to be fair, that Togepi's friendship evolution can actually be kind of nasty. Because you get it so early. And it's a... like, base to stage 1 evolution friendship, rather than stage 1 to stage 2. Shiny Stone to evolve it. Yeah, the Shiny Stone being post-game is why I'm just there like, you know what, Togepi? I think I won't. It's a shame as well, because if it had been able to learn Present in an easier way, I would have been able to not have to use a Delibird solo run for the 3rd gym. Because I could have bred it on to my Togepi. But unfortunately, Delibird and Togepi are not in the same egg groups. Togepi's in the flying egg group. This idiot's not. Delibird is, for reasons known only to the game developers, in Field and Water 1. It cannot breed with birds. Anyway, haircut time. Sorry, Virgilia. Delafield and Water 1. Bizarre way to showcase the information, but yeah, I don't know why it's in such... I don't know why it's in those field egg groups, in those egg groups. Just to make sure, Steiner, you definitely do know Present. Yeah, I have such fear that I've done something wrong. Present, Present, Present. Virgilio, you terrified me right there. Never do that again. Yeah, they all know Present. But as hard as the steel gym is, I have to keep it in my head, right? I did the ghost gym. I can do anything. Magic Art seems like a good ability for this one. And again, it's good in general. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I wanted Magic Guard or Cute Charm because both have similar levels of use for this run. Cute Charm is surprisingly helpful. But I can get Cute Charm on Igglybuff, so... yeah, in general, I'm using... Like, so the optimal run would probably be like 5 Granbull and a Miltank, just so you can hit ghost types, because Granbull's so much better than the other Pokemon here. But I wanted to mix things up and have, like, other... Like, I wanted to have a team of 6 different Pokemon. So I'm quite glad that the ones that you can use generally have good abilities. This but Shiny Lock only. That's not more torturous, that's just tedious. This but baby Pokemon only. Someone suggested to me that I do a baby Pokemon only run. I went one step further. I've come up with a solo run where I only use baby Pokemon. It's the only run that I've ever come up with that I think could possibly be worse than this. And I really do mean that I think it could possibly be worse than this. Because, wow, Pichu is terrible. There you go, Virgilio, you can have that back. But I'm pretty sure you can solo Pokemon Platinum with just a Pichu. It requires a specific moveset. It requires you to be on the ball with your TMs at all times throughout the game. And it requires you to EV train. But I'm pretty sure you can do it. The plugin for Chat Plays Pokemon would be fun but also terrifying. I mean, I just get to watch and commentate. Nothing terrifying about that, quite frankly. The worst part by far is when you're all doing suboptimal moves and I just have to sit and take it. Like using Present on a Cleffa. Fun Clefable fact, did you know that Clefable has the largest move pool of all Pokemon outside of Mew and Smeargle? Meaning that outside of Pokemon that can basically learn every move, it's the one that just learns the most. Let's try Usain. Because he's just kind of up there. And while I'm slightly terrified of his Electrode... Tell the other bird some flightless bird and that's why it's not flying egret Pokemon. Yeah, it's just I'm guessing because it's a penguin. What's this house? Hello, woman. Yeah, Delibird can fly. As your second fact about Delibird, did you know that it's not holding a bag? That's its tail. It actually has a really cool looking tail that like comes out and then goes in and it holds it like a sack and it can fill it with gifts. But what it generally fills it with is food, according to the Pokédex. I just find that really interesting that they designed a Pokemon that's obviously a Santa bird, but they found another way to do it. Right, you seen? Yo! I think I remember reading about that in the Pokédex, yeah. It also specifies that it helps people who are trapped on Mount Everest in one of the Pokédex entries. It's like, oh, okay. Pretty sure people just die on Mount Everest, but alright. Right, we've one-shot so many Drowsy at this point, Almond, come on. Okay. I feel spited. Didn't know that about Clefable? Neither did I found out a couple days ago. It's on its Bulbapedia trivia page. Oh, you seen? This is so tedious, man. But I don't want to switch out because I kind of need Gym Jam for other members of his team. Oh, Almond! Hey, come on, hit it. Hit it hard. Use Clefable Platinum. I have never before used Clefable, Wigglytuff, Miltank, Granbull, or Delibird. The only one of the Pokemon in this run that I am using that I have ever used before is Azumarill. I've also used a Raichu if I end up adding that to my team. Because Static could be helpful. But it won't have same type of attack bonus, so I'm debating it. Oh, the cute charm glitch? Yeah, the cute charm glitch is good. Hey, could you not hit with 2 thunders in a row? I can't even hit with 2 presents in a row half the time. Yeah, I've never used Clefable, but it sounds really fun. I love Pokemon with huge move pools, but he has a Haunter. If I knew he had a Haunter, I wouldn't have kept Almond in. She's the only one that can hurt it. Please have Curse. Oh, well, she probably just one-shot it anyway. But please have Curse. No, it's just one-shot anyway. I was worried about Useem, that's why I ignored him. Yeah, the Q-Charm glitch is awesome, though. Like, just because of how weird it is. Nice crit. The crit didn't matter. The crit never matters. Give her Platinum because it can learn Flamethrower. Okay, Platinum improves Sinnoh a bit by adding things like Houndoom and Magmar. And Flareon if you want to count it. Like, Platinum is the superior game. It still has lacking fire types, but it does have more, at the very least. Where do I check how much Steiner loves me? Raters. Goldenrod City, apparently. House east of the department store. Vague. It's not that vague, actually. Okay. She doesn't give a useful evaluation. Definitely Group Platinum is much better. Yeah, okay, I'm not a huge fan of Magmar, and Houndoom's always felt very overrated to me, but it's a pretty good Pokemon, surprisingly, though. It's one of the only, like, good ones stat-wise to come out of Gen 2. But yes, Platinum is a good game. Platinum's the one that I want to solo with a Pichu. Because Platinum is, I think, one of the... What do you want, Ian? Platinum is one of the only games that you can solo with a Pichu. You can't do it in Diamond, Pearl, Brilliant Diamond, or Shining Pearl. Or you have a chance of not being able to do it in any of them. Oh no, you flat out can't do it in Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. And in Diamond and Pearl you have a 1 in 16 chance of being unable to do it. This ain't it. It's not a house. This is hardly... This is a shoebox, lady! What 1 in 16 is that? So in Platinum you get the TM for, Oh, yeah, sorry, I don't really care about you, Hammond. In Platinum you get the TM for Return, which allows you to deal damage to Rourke. Even though he's got Rock Ground types and Return's not ideal, the only move Pichu learns offensively by level up is Thunder Shock, so you need a coverage move. But in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, instead of Return, you get Charge Beam. Thanks, guys. And in Diamond and Pearl, you get Hidden Power, and you have a 1 in 16 chance of just getting Hidden Power Electric. It's friendly towards you, it looks sort of happy. You don't love me at all! You horrible little whelp! Alright, where did you hatch? You hatched here. So I think that means if I cycle around here for a little bit, it'll make Steiner love me more. Return and Platinum versus Hidden Power and Down to Pearl is actually interesting. Yes, very much so. The fact that they replace it with Charge Beam and Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl is bonkers, though. At least I'm pretty sure it's Charge Beam. Which is weird, because Charge Beam, isn't that that's the TM that Volcaner's meant to give you. It makes sense to give you a return at the beginning of the game. Yeah, you still get the return in the other location too. Speedrun actually sort of changes which Pokemon is the fastest. Oh, interesting, because you'd probably be better off using a Starly or something like that that gets same type attack bonus from it. I don't know if Starly's necessarily the optimal one, but my point is, like, it's a normal type that hits pretty hard in its final evolution, but it's probably something better you could get that you can evolve sooner with a stone or something. All I can think of as an option is Clefable, though. And Clefable doesn't hit that hard. Not sure. Not exactly a Pokemon speedrunner, I more do horrible stuff like this. Diamond Pearl use Chimchar and get hidden power for coverage. Oh, I did not know that. So you have to do a lot of resets, I'm guessing, to make sure you get the right kind of coverage, because fire types always want grass. Or I think electric's okay. Oh, that's what you meant. Oh, that's interesting. I thought you meant return is what changed. Oh, it's actually the lack of hidden power that changes it. That is interesting. It's like how the fact that in Red and Blue you have different strategies. In one game you use Nidoran Male and in the other one you use Squirtle, right? Simply because Nidoran Male can't be encountered reliably in Blue? Complete guess. 50-50 chance. Probably got it wrong. It's there, it's just like a 1% chance. Use RNG manipulation, but there are runs about it. They use the in-game trade Abra. It didn't occur to me that the in-game trade Abra is probably pretty reliable. Although Diamond and Pearl have shoddy level up. What is it? The badge requirements. Your Pokemon simply do not obey you until, like, at past level, like, 10 or so, until you've got your second badge or something. Because Roark's badge doesn't give you anything. They just don't respect you for that. So I'm guessing that there's a bit of luck that goes into it. Helps it level up faster, yeah, but it's less likely to listen to you, which sucks. I love that I have the foolish notion that this will at all make this Cleffa love me. But I kinda need this Cleffa to love me, because if it doesn't love me, it won't evolve. And if it doesn't evolve, then I've been leveling it for kinda nothing. Yeah, I don't really know the speedrun strategies for very many Pokemon games at all. I just knew that one thing about the Nidoran. I like friendship evolutions normally, right? Because, you know, how they're designed works quite well normally. You have to go through the game and raise them with love and care, not let them faint, and keep them in your party and look after them, basically. And it works. But when I'm just trying to evolve this Cleffa... Just use the stars to catch them, they're so immensely powerful. Yeah, I know that Gen 3, for example, you take Mudkip and you just solo with Mudkip, but I think if you do post-game stuff, you take the Metagross and you always catch Latios as well, because why not? I don't know why you wouldn't catch Rayquaza though, maybe you do that too, for the Elite Four, but maybe you're also just really overpowered by them. Because Emerald is not that hard with only one Pokemon. I did a solo run of it a while ago with a Gligar, and the worst part by far was the 7th gem. But that was just because I set myself a extra stipulations that you don't need to set in a run like that. Alright, Steiner, I'm bored of loving you now. Do you love me yet? Speedrun now use Mudkip and yeah, I figured you'd catch Rayquaza, because it's the only time in the series that you get such a ridiculously strong Pokemon. Oh! Oh! What? Oh, it's the... Damn almond! Okay, we're closing in on the evolution. And that means we're above 200 points, which means every level up gives us 2. Right. Pokémon HeartGold and Soul Silver. Yeah, which means that we need at minimum 10 more levels. At maximum 10 more levels. Supposed to having a powerful legendary is faster in times of turn. Well, there's that, but there's also the fact that Rayquaza is ridiculous. It's the only time in the series that you get such a powerful Pokemon just for free before the Elite Four. Because normally the box legendary is not actually even as powerful as them. So while it would still do really well, it's not gonna completely humiliate them like Rayquaza does. Level 70 when they only got up to like 52? Needs to one Pokemon for the last of the run. Trying to think of what it'd be. I'm thinking it's either Glacier's Walrein or it's one of Wallace's Pokemon, Champion's Wailord. Yeah, I wondered if you wouldn't be able to one-shot the Wailord. How I had to take it out with my Gligar was I had to hit Guillotine. There was no other way to get around it. Thus why I'm very aware of all the ice moves that are available in the Elite Four. Child can beat him first try. I don't blame you, he's not that easy. You take like 1% lose to. Oh. Glacia has much more of an issue when you're not as high a level, and she just whips out the disrespectful sheer cold. Obviously that's not going to happen in a speedrun, but it's just like, oh come on Glacia. You didn't need to do that. But yeah, Wallace is not that easy. Despite the fact he focuses on water types, he's got quite a varied team and he has a surprising amount of coverage. I don't think he's as hard as Steven overall. But depending on your team, he can be harder. The thing is that you're likely to be more prepared for Wallace, I would say, just due to the nature of the region. Ludicolo and Milotic. Yeah, the Ludicolo I was thankfully able to take out with Aerial Ace. The Milotic I had to hit with 2 Earthquakes. But then for both the Wailord and the Gyarados, I had to hit them both with Guillotine. I had actually kept Rock Tomb, garbage Gen 3 Rock Tomb, all game because I knew that there was, like, I have no other way to deal with Gyarados. That's the only rock move I can get access to. But at the end it was just like, I would rather rely on Guillotine. That's what, like 30% twice? Thankfully, because I was solid with a Gligar, right, it was a really high level. So it was like, it was more like 50% twice, because I can't even remember if it was that much. Oh, what do you want, Joey? But, I beat him first try, which was astonishing. Or maybe it was, no, I think it was second try. Oh, I can't remember. It did not take many attempts at all for a fight I'd been so scared of. Excuse me, sir. Glacia was way harder. Glacia, I actually couldn't get much stronger because I needed her Celio to just barely live so it would set up Hail, because it always set up Hail first try. And that gave me a free turn while she healed to set up Sandstorm because I had Sand Veil, and it gave me a chance to both avoid Blizzard, and it was the only way I was able to take out the Walrein well enough. Otherwise I would have had to level up like 10 more times to actually be able to defeat the wall. It was really specific! Glacia was gross. At least this run I just need to pray. And cry a lot. You got 2. This tough play's really clever. Thank you. I was very proud of that strategy. The only way I could beat Steven, actually, I had to use Rest and Double Team. and even then I ran out of PP. Oh, well, part of the reason this solo run was hard is I didn't allow myself to use items in battle. So I couldn't have X items or anything. I had to make do with the 4 move slots I had and my held item. And held items in Gen 3 are garbage. Double team, it is indeed ugh, but it was the only way I could beat Steven. I simply could not get past his Skarmory without it. I couldn't do the damage. Oh, Jim Jam gaining 4 attack. We love her. Steiner gaining 1 attack. Oh, hello, Mother. I forgot to check your valuable gifts. I've kind of got most of what I want from you, though, so... I didn't really get the Life Orb. It would actually be quite useful to have on my Cleffa. Because fun fact about Magic Guard, it makes you not take damage from the Life Orb. But no, in general, I think of myself as a decently intelligent person. When it comes to garbage like this, I'll find a way to do it. But I'm not very smart with other things. Oh, that's... why? Everything about that's gross. You know what that is, actually? That's the kind of random trainer that you would expect to see in, like, Pokemon Stadium 2. That jump love. Does Life Orb affect presence output? Yes, Life Orb affects damage dealt and multiplies it by 1.3 times. Which is slightly better than the Silk Scarves that Almond and Jim Jam have. But its downside is that normally it makes every move a recoil move. But recoil doesn't affect Pokemon with Magic Guard. And nor do things like being poisoned. So theoretically, if we poison Steiner, he would be able to just not care about it. And it means that he would be immune to any other status ailment. Mother, chill. My goodness. My own mother never calls me. She just sends me pictures of her dog. I don't know, maybe she's disappointed in me. Haven't asked. Must be shopping Saturday. Every Saturday is shopping Saturday for this mother. Uh-oh. Oh, thank goodness. I was like, have we fought everyone? I'm not ready. Alright, I think we just kind of have to go and fight Price after this. Basically the only grinding spot we have Sir! Sir, why do you have 6 tentacle? Daughter went on a journey to raise a bird and a cow. Well, I went out with just the bird and then I came back one day with a cow and a dog. She hasn't seen me since I picked up whatever the rest of the team are. A fairy, a skin balloon, and a... I don't know, what's it called when, like, something drowns and it swells up with water? But that's what Maril is. I love Miltank so much. Bloated, yes! And a bloated mouse. I can't believe I've never used a Miltank before. Weirdly good Pokemon. I recommend, because I think if you used one in a normal run, Water Zombie. Oh, I've been playing enough Bug Fables, I've seen enough zombies in my time. Almond. Almond has 90 accuracy. It's actually a solid Pokemon. Yeah, it doesn't hit as hard as you might expect, but it's way faster and more defensive than you'd think for a cow. And it still hits decently hard. Then we all have problems with Whitney at some point. Look, as a reminder, right? This was a Delibird solo run until after the 3rd gym. I had to beat Whitney with just a Delibird. She has rollout. It's ice flying. It was awful. So, the rules of the run, right, are Present is the only move I can use in battle, and I can't use items. However, Present is not the only thing I can do in battle. Well, I can use Pokeballs, obviously. Present is not the only thing I can do in battle. I can switch. And so I came up with this clever strategy for Whitney, where I spent ages at the game corner, and I earned... You know what, we're going to go to Violet City just so there's a shop here so I can see what my mother wants. And I earned 2 Ekans with Intimidate, so that I could nerf the Miltank into the ground. And I thought, oh, this will make this gym really easy. No, it made it possible. It still took over 10 attempts. In fact, I think it took way more than that. Oh yeah, no. We're at 43 attempts currently for this run, 43 whiteouts. Whitney took over 20, I think, then. Because Nico simply was not pulling his weight, quite frankly. I'm really glad that that rule was a thing. The reason why I'm not allowed to use status moves is because I'm pretty sure you could beat the game with just Leech Seed. I don't think you need anything other than Leech Seed, basically. Leech Seed and switching. And I didn't want to go down that path, so that's why Present's the only move I can use, but I have to be able to switch out because otherwise you can't win. You fight your rival in Azalea Town and he has a Ghastly with Curse, but you can't beat it if you can't switch. It's not possible. Because you'll be forced to use a move that's not present, basically. Oh, yes, I wanted to see what Mother desired. Mother dearest. Let me check out the Runes of Elf. Because there's another Moonstone there, apparently. Thanks, Mum. It'd be more cost efficient for you to buy, like, lemonade, but, you know. Right, there's not a single Pokemon I can use this run that's weak to ice, thank you. Mom! Mom! Stop buying Yachi berries! At least these, it's like maybe she's thinking of me because I've got to do the Steel Gem, but no one has ever in history needed 20 Yachi berries. Runes of Elf are down here. Along with garbage. Nope. Wrong way. Yachi berries must have been on a crazy sale. I mean, they only sell for like $5. 5 yen, actually. So it's hard for me to believe she cares. Where are the Runes of Elf? What? I thought they were accessible through Violet City, no? Am I losing it? Oh, yeah, they're over here. I like... yeah, down the left and then down. I think both ways can take you there. I think there's 2 entrances. Pretty confident I was massively overcomplicating that for myself. Let's see if I get a shard. I'm not gonna get a shard like that. Rock Smash. I think only Gramble can let him Rock Smash. But I'm wrong, Serena, you have it. See, this is the one advantage of only being allowed to use one move, right? Is I can actually just teach HMs to my Pokemon. The disadvantage is that not a single Pokemon is able to learn Present and Cut. So trees are my nemesis. What am I supposed to do with that? That's so rare and so useless. Now it's just here forever. I can't even do anything with it until most of the way through the post-game. It's still worth smashing these. I could really need the shards. A red shard! A red shard! Yes! Finally! We have a solution to one of life's problems. I'm not joking. We have needed one red shard for a very long time. Hello, youth photographer. So, red shards, you can trade them to a guy in Violet City, right? You can trade shards to him, and he'll give you berries of the colour of the shard, and red shards allow us to finally get Lepa berries. He's only going to give us one, but I can plant it and I can grow more. I've never been so happy to get a singular shard before. I can't believe I got a fossil before it. Fossils are so rare. That's not very old. Like, it's old, right? But... berry stonks indeed. So Lepa berries restore 10 PP, in case you're wondering. It's our only way of getting reusable ethers, effectively. Well, let's see what's in here, I guess. I don't believe there's any unknown to begin with. I believe unknown only oh. Okay, thank you. Since when are there people down here? Yeah, there's nothing here until I've solved the I love how Professor Elm is so lame that he has no relevance in Gen 2. It's still Professor Oak. Professor Oak gives you the intro screen. Professor Oak gives you the Pokédex. All Professor Elm did is give me a penguin. Oh, my wet blanket. I know, right? Why can't I ride my bike around in the ruins? It's unfair and biased. I was sure there were puzzles you could do in here before you got Surf, but maybe I'm wrong. Oh, we got Surf either way. I love how I have a Marl now, so I have a Pokemon that would make more sense to surf on, but nah. Cow. Oh, do I have to do it with the touchscreen? It's a really tricky one, guys. Can't believe that two professors specialize in different things. I actually really like that the introduction of Elm means that professors do different stuff in the lore. Like, Professor Oak is just the Pokemon professor, but I appreciate that we've gone up to like Professor Kukui, who researches Pokemon moves. The thing is, doesn't Professor Elm research like Pokemon eggs? And he doesn't know anything about Pokemon eggs? How did he get a PhD? That's great. I really don't want to fight unknown. Like, this is what repels were made for. Hey, it's steps! Must have solved the puzzle that drops through a trapdoor into solid stone. Exactly. I'm just amazing like that. I believe we can actually get treasure from it, so I think this might be the one that we wanted the treasure from. How'd I end up here? Uh-oh. There's definitely something hidden here. Oh yeah, Elm's the evolution guy. Oh, sorry, Elm. Well, he doesn't know anything about that either. Probably. There's probably something hidden there, I can't find it. Like, I don't care enough. The real puzzle is how you survive the fall. I landed on my cow. Cows are excellent for breaking your falls. My guinea pigs are honking. What's wrong? I would never land on you, don't worry, Tia. Don't try and complain that you're thirsty, you've got a full water bottle. If they could only speak English. Light. I need to use flash. Shoot. I don't know if any of my Pokemon can learn flash. Virgilio! So my HeartGold Pokemon and poster that came with the game, but I kind of would like me find the actual cartridge. That's a rip, quite frankly. Also, why is this not standard practice for the games? The HMs being in a separate list from the Submarine Switch and stuff? I'm sick of them going between Submarine Switch, so if I want to actually just move Pokemon around, I have to remember which Pokemon have HMs and just scroll past them. The Arceus code event by like a month. You can still do it. I could do it right now. Just need to put in a few action replay codes. Moonstone. Okay, I can grow that too. Moonstone. Yes. Energy root, not very useful. The impact, yeah, I don't really like them. Back then didn't have an air. Same. I did the Shaman and the Victini events when they were live. But I missed out on a lot of the ones that were just, you get the Pokemon, because I just didn't care enough to go and get them, even as a child. Like, it was like, Arceus is really cool and all, but I don't know, I don't want to just get it because. How do I get over there? I don't care. I got my Moonstone. Okay, now we require to go to Violet. Got the shame legitimately. My console. What flex? Yeah, I got the Shaman legitimately as well. I remember going. In fact, I didn't go. I couldn't do it. It was on a weekend, so my dad wouldn't have let me go. I left my DS with my mum and my stepdad, who knows nothing about Pokemon, and I had a sticker on my DS of a Pidgey. I guess it was just the only sticker we had. And he was just like, is that the Pokemon we're getting from the event? And my mum was like, I don't think she'd be very happy with that. I did play through the Gen 4 like last year. Yeah. It's just, limited time events, no one likes them. Not unless they all just become available. Where is this guy? Is it you? Yeah. 3 berry. But 3 different kinds of yeah. Lame. Give it, 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 yes! No. Screw you, man. That's the only source of leopard berries in this whole stupid game. And it's not, oh, when someone rematches you, they might. Fertilize with what? Yeah, I don't... I'm sure Miltank can make some. Certainly full of it. I'll plant the citrus berry, because why not? Do I have any other berries I even remotely care about? Possibly the cherry berry. Oh, hello FFS Plasma. Welcome to the stream. You can buy fertilizer in the Golden Flower Shop. Oh, I think you're right. Huh. Yes, welcome to the stream. This is Pokemon HeartGold using only Present in battle. I don't care about any of these. Well, if you actually... You know, I think I've got enough. Oh, FFS Plasma, thank you very much for the follow. Every follow is one step closer to my dream. My dream of having more follows. But no, genuinely, I'm joking, but it does help me out a lot. We're getting close. Oh, MKK, thank you also very much for the follow. I always get all flustered. I can't believe I have 46, like... I don't want to give a random speech at like 46, but every follow makes me feel really special. Like I'm creating something that people wouldn't mind seeing more of. Skylar, thank you very much for the follow. I didn't even know you were here. Oh, hello. Thank you for the follow and thank you for showing up. Yeah, Gradis, my sentiments exactly. Oh. Oh gosh, now I really am all... anyway, let's... price, I suppose. Oh, I'm trying not to, like... blush or anything awkward like that. Oh, 47, we're so close to 50. Lottie flustered him out. I don't have one of those, but I did used to. Like, obviously on my Discord server, I don't have any emotes on Twitch. I did used to have one. It was like a flushed emote, but it also had the pointing fingers. Yes, it's something like that. Less yandere. No emotes on Twitch yet. Yes, soon that will indeed be a problem I need to deal with. Okay, right. Let's see if we can take on price. We couldn't do it before. We'll give it an attempt. If we can't do it, we might need to just simply grind up Steiner. At least the puzzle is trivial. Yeah, you just push it from this side. I really wish they'd done more with this, because I really love this puzzle. How it's not just a sliding puzzle. It's also this really cool... Oh yeah, you have to go around. It's also like a cool block pushing puzzle where the blocks will freeze in place. It really utilizes the mechanics of ice, but it just... doesn't work. Puzzling me ages for some reason. I recall it being harder when I was younger. But I didn't struggle with it when I cleared out this gem a while ago. Okay, price, please. I'm so much of a higher level than I was before. If we can beat price, we are close to Jasmine. I don't think we need much more for Jasmine. You drink water at 50 followers? I will. I have not drunk water in a very long time. Close. Where's Leafy's been put out of a job? Have your headset really can't? I had it in my head that you might. Yeah, we couldn't think of a follower goal. We had... I've got the list of options somewhere, but when I hit 40 and I did my follower goal for that, chat couldn't think of one for 50, couldn't agree on one that they actually wanted to see, so I drink water. Like, come on, Almond. You can one-shot this, but it's not very... Almond. Almond. Almond! 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 That's a 20% chance I got 3 times in a row. Yay! Alright, go for the 80. Big 80. Oh, that was the 120. Okay, nice. Only a 10% chance for that, so you've redeemed yourself somewhat. Right, Pilot Swine next. Good. This is not the team for this battle. I just remembered the actual strategy we had for this involved the red Gyarados. We'll see how this goes. This is just present spam. Yeah, possible whoops. Well, we know that Jim Jam can do really well against the Piloswine when she wants to. What'd you use Gyarados for? Intimidate. So the Piloswine its only special attack that's really a threat is Blizzard. So we just switched out between... So I started with Jim Jam to put 1 Intimidate, switched out to Gyarados to tank a Blizzard, and then switched between Gyarados and a little baby Ekans I have to get it intimidated into -6 and use up all of its Blizzards so that Jim Jam is able to tank it much better. But Jim Jam doesn't need that, does she? Maybe she does. I remember starting to level up a Miltank. Well, the reason we left this gym is because it was like we probably need... I have a question for God. Why? Okay, well there goes the attempt. Unless Almond manages to really pull it back. He might be out of Blizzards, but he's now going to hit me with the... Luck was definitely not on your side there. No, not real. He didn't heal? Price? I know you have a potion. Is this Nuzlocke run? Thankfully not. This is barely even a possible run. No items present only. I'm not Nuzlocking that. He used a potion seal. Oh, he only has the one. I didn't realize he used it on the seal earlier. I thought it just used rest. Oh, you're right, he did use it. Okay, well then it's still possible. It's still completely possible. What's that got to do with anything? Come on, Almond, you can finish it right here. But you didn't. No way! Okay, that gives me 2 turns of freedom when Nuzlocke run. I plan on actually doing a Nuzlocke after this. Just a chill Nuzlocke, mainly, because this is hell. Same game. No, I'm gonna Nuzlocke white, I think. But I plan on doing it as somewhat of a randomizer. Not a complete randomizer, I don't personally find them overly fun. But I found a way of doing randomizers that makes them hard but still interesting to deal with the fact that there's not that many Pokemon. Okay, Almond, big hit, 120, do it! For all the Miltank! For all the Miltank! Shut up, Price. Get out of my sight. Okay. Luck was not on my side for the start, but it balanced out. That's okay, because that means that my strategy was fine, basically. My strategy of leveling up a lot. What amazing life dialogue to end that battle with. What did he even say? I was seeing through time. Did he just say something like, "Oh, Willow is my middle name"? Just again, reiterate it? Seems my luck has run out. Oh, that's so true! Right, well that marks the first time in my life I have ever not done price 7th. Does it actually? Wait. I thought they removed badge boosts from Gen 4. I think Price is talking garbage. Oh, look at little baby Steiner. He's a big muscly Clefairy now. Look at that beastly attack stat of 36. Well, the thing is, there's literally no reason to not evolve him right away. Special guy. Oh yeah, we love Steiner. I don't know, I feel bad. Like, he was just a little baby 3 seconds ago. He never really got to live a childhood or a teenage life. He's just full on paying taxes. Also, Clefable just looks so tired. What have you got to be tired about, Steiner? You were so cute. They grow up so fast. I mean, it should mean that he's not terrible now. Yeah, look, only 12 attack behind Nico. It's Clefable in Gen 2. As a fun fact about Gen 2, every single Gen 1 Pokemon is in Gen 2, which means that the first regional Pokédex didn't actually exist until Gen 3. Because Gen 2 just has the reordered Pokédex. But this means that Venonat and Venomoth have never been in a single regional Pokédex. They are only usable in Kanto and Johto. They are not in any other region. They're the only Pokemon this is the case for. They're the only one that's never been in a regional dex. Because technically Gen 1 and 2 don't have any. Hello, Mother. Hopefully she'll give me something useful soon. So I think, unfortunately... Let me see. Yeah. We need to beat Jasmine before we can advance the plot. Which is really unfortunate because I can't beat Jasmine. Unless I can just go to the right. Because Claire, I think, won't battle you until you've done the Team Rocket stuff, but I might be able to... If I can head over to the right after beating Price, that would be game-changing. I've got something for you in the department store. I bet it's Yachi berries to celebrate my victory. She sure loves a Yachi berry, does my mother? Give me 20 of them. You're not gonna let me past, are you? No, I didn't think so. I've never not beaten Price 7th, so... I can't say I'm that familiar with the ordering of things. Oh well. So we do need to beat Jasmine. How? Like, we're not even close right now. You can bribe Price with Yachi berries. I think he's scared of them, surely, right? Like, they weaken him. Seems I'm so sad I missed that line. It seems my luck has run out. But, like, I'm still... It was so accurate. Right, what did Mother get me? I don't even know what those do. They bug, maybe? Kasib. Ghost. Right, well, I can't use a single ghost or psychic type in this run, so thank you, Mother. No, poison is, Akibia? Are these actually based on types of fruit? Because, like, Pecha, right, it's peach. Oran, it's an orange. But I can't say which one of these berries would be useful. The Chopal berries would have been okay if I'd remembered I had them. For Chuck. But Chuck ended up not really being an issue. Bay names are based on reverse roots. They're not just reversed, like, you know, Pecha's like it's an anagram of peach, and Oran removes some of the letters from orange, and Lepa is not quite apple reversed, but what the hell's a Rindo? I'm actually not sure I recognise any of these. That's the Colber's just a... No, it's not just a burr. That's not a fruit. Charty? Dunno. Yachi berries are apparently based on the custard apple. How could I not guess it was the custard apple? That makes a lot of sense. Don't know what else it would have been. Okay, well, since we're in Olivine, why don't I show off the issue with that with Jasmine? Come along, Gyarados friend. Come along, Steelix friend. And come along, other Steelix friend. Why, yes, we do need both Steelixes. So this is why I think that we're going to need to grind up to level 40 on Almond, Jim Jam, and Steiner so that we have a good replacement for Nico. Because these three Pokemon right here, mandatory for taking out Jasmine's Steelix. It's not happening otherwise. Based on real fruits, but the common berries are definitely more well-known fruits in the US. That's fair, that I guess that the raider one... Like, you've kind of run out of fruits, right? You know, you've already done the pear. But the thing is with how the gym's currently working is that basically we need to solo 2 Magnemite with Almond. This isn't going to be a successful attempt. I just want to show off why. I want to display the problems that we face with this gym. Because there's no good place to level up in Johto. I used the Clang. Clang is a steel type, I'll give it that. That was such a nothing speed. This is supposed to be the introduction of a type, and she's just like, oh, steel types. Yeah, here we go, level 30 Magnemite. 6 levels below me, but... yeah, and then it goes for Thunder Wave, which is 100 accuracy. And now it outspeeds me because I'm paralyzed. And then it goes for Supersonic. And now I'll basically never hit it. She has 2 of these. As a result, I really don't know how to get around this. So you're telling me there's a chance? Okay. We just need to get a bit lucky. Jim Jam, I am relying on you so much right now. Can you use a paralysis curing berry? It would cut into my attack because I'm using the... don't extend the issue. What if? It didn't confuse. I didn't use Supersonic. Jim Jam, come on. Oh, that's a nasty crit. That's really bad. And I think this takes it out. No. Finish it. We're in with a chance. We're actually in with a chance! Right. Now, I just want to warn you in advance. This isn't going to be fun. But I ran the calculations. If I level Jim Jam up to level 40, and I get a critical hit, on the 10% chance of Present dealing the maximum damage, it will take... I think it's 9 to take out this Steelix. Basically, it's not happening. So we required an alternative solution. Is this a pleasant surprise? It is indeed. So this is it down to 2. Sandstorm, I thought it would do that. This is it at 3. It's a real shame about that crit earlier. That would have helped a lot if that Magnemite didn't get that. Oh, I'd be so happy if I defeated Jasmine. That's gonna do beans. Beans, I say. Four. That's fine. We just need to get 6 Intimidates up and then we've won the fight. We're not beating it in a fair game at all. We're not even going to hit this Steelix with Present. We can't. It's not happening. So that's 4 Intimidates thus far, so this is Intimidate number 5. Probably gonna use Sandstorm again, not a problem for me. Almond, you're such a good cow. I don't tell you that enough. Okay, and that's 6, right? I think so. But I'm not risking that chance. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to actually beat Jasmine. I am making sure that was 6. It was 6. Okay, we win. Now, like I said, this is going to be really tedious, but it is a guaranteed victory. Basically, she can't harm Steelix. Yes, I'm struggling it to death. Nothing else is doable. I checked everything. There is no other way to beat this Steelix with Present only. But this is one of the only battles in the game I can even do this with. So I'm really glad I can, given that I wouldn't have been able to get around it. If this Steelix was running something really weird like Flamethrower, this wouldn't work. If I was doing this in Gen 2 where you can't catch Wild Steelix, this wouldn't work. The only Pokemon able to survive enough hits reliably from Steelix is a Steelix of my own. It doesn't have that much PP on its moves, because Rock Throw doesn't have very much. If it had had a lot, I probably would have considered not doing this. Switch in Almond. I want to move the Steelix up to the top so it's a little bit faster. Gonna do beans. 9 damage Iron Tail, 100 base power. Never forget, cow is above snake, food chain. If I hadn't come up with this strategy, it's very likely this would not have been winnable without having to grind up to like 50, 55. I'm gonna say it, but I'm so worried when the Iron Tails are critical. A critical Iron Tail? Not even a problem. I'm pretty sure that our Steelix would be fine. Like, they'd take a big hit, right? But they'd live one. And they both have an Oran Berry. The issue is Jasmine still has potions, which is annoying. So even once we struggle it all the way down, which will take a long time, it's still gonna be a pest. What's the backstory behind the Steelix's names? They were the most recent followers. All of my Pokemon are named after followers. Except Almond. Because I just didn't... I'd used them all up. I'd used them all up like a fool. I think it might be out of attacks. Surely not, right? But it's... Why is it just using Sandstorm and Screech over and over again? Well, this is just scared. But I'm pretty sure both Iron Tail and Brock Throat only have like 10 PP. No, it's still got attacks. His Sandstorm only has 10. Maybe even 5. I think it's 10 for Sandstorm though, like 5 for Sunny Day, Hail and Rain Dance. And Screech thankfully doesn't have that much, but it is where the majority of the PP is going to go. But yeah, I'm afraid that having followed me, my 3 newest followers, you're gonna become Pokemon at some point in this run. I know not yet what Pokemon. With some frustrated screeches. I don't blame it. I'd be frustrated too. It's also possible we're just out of Pokemon. I don't think I'll be catching anything else for a while. Maybe if you're lucky, one you'll get to be Ho-Oh. Because I may as well just huck a Master Ball at Ho-Oh and just move on with my life rather than trying to beat it. It's hard to tell if it only has Screech and Iron Tail or if it's just lost it. Defense drop doesn't matter, because I'm just going to switch out immediately anyway. I guarantee you'll never see anyone else fight Jasmine quite like this. I wonder if anyone's ever used a Miltank to fight her before anyway. Like a Miltank and 2 Steelix I feel like is not the usual Jasmine team. I'm gonna faster the switches. I think it's only got Screeches and stuff left. Either that or it's just trying to Screech so that it can hit me with a Rock Tomb. But I think it's only got Screeches and Sandstorms. I just find it funny that the only thing that could take out this Steelix was more Steelix. Onyx wouldn't be able to do it because Iron Tail would just stomp it. I don't think Magnemite would have been able to do it either. Just thinking about the defensive Pokemon I have. To be honest, I probably could have done it with just my Miltank, but... Oh no, you need something for Sandstorm. Stuck in the eternal struggle of being like, do I stay here and suffer through this? Or do I go to the bathroom first? The level of puzzle that plagues all gamers. Like, I just worry, right, that I won't want to come back from the bathroom. Okay, she's definitely only got Screeches left. Right, okay, there's still a while to go. I'll take this as the halfway point. I'll be back in a second. World record any percent. Return to Steelix grind. No, don't fight. That would no, that would have been so bad. We went from Yamer grinding to we beat our 2 stopping points in one try. Yeah. I didn't even really get any stronger either. I picked up some babies, but they're not helping. They're not here. Nothing of worth happened, really, to make this happen. It's just my Pokemon stopped being goons. Oh, this is so much more bearable now. Whoever invented bladders, I hate them. Like, life would be much easier without one. I worry I'm channeling too much of what people view the average, like, Twitch gamer as, with sitting there like, gosh, if only we didn't have bladders so I could play video games for longer. This might sound like a relatable problem, not a... Ugh, it's so much effort having to get off my chair once in a while. I love how this Steelix has just been sitting here for like 3 minutes going because it's run out of other things to do. Like, there's nothing else for this Steelix. Oh, I can kick up sand. It's gotta be almost done though. It's gotta be. But I think Screech has a lot of things. Honestly though, like, just to go back to the we beat our 2 stopping points in one try, There's so much that's gonna have opened up now. We can actually grind up these stupid babies, and because of this grinding, we're in a decent spot that we might be able to take on Claire when we get to her. I think Sand attack would be Pocket Sand. Steel 9? Like it's the 9th steel? Look, Gradis, I think you've been playing too much Dragon Quest 9. I do wonder if it is like Pocket Sand or if it's just like... Because some Pokemon I understand how they can use Sandstorm, right? But is it just like grinding bits of its body into the air? Don't tell me you can't pretend to see it. Like, kinda? But I don't know, I find it very difficult to read Pokemon names wrong. It's one of these things that it's like... You can only see. In the anime, it's just a giant cloud of sand. Yes, I actually watched the anime episode recently where Ash beats Jasmine. And... I don't know, I feel like it sums up everything that's kind of wrong with Ash's general strategies. In that he didn't at any point come up with anything new. Like, oh, Sandstorm keeps blocking our flamethrower. Ah, what do I do about it? Cyndaquil! Just use your flamethrower, but really use it against the sand. Does Sandstorm has a lot of PP? Yeah. His strategies? What strategies? Look, sometimes he actually... It's actually one of the biggest treats of the anime, is sometimes there are genuine strategies and they're a delight to watch. But I think it's much more thing that happens in Gen 3 and 4. But the anime sometimes gets the battles right. How much PP does Screech have? Like 1,000,000? I think it's always a good moment you can see an idea click on the characters' heads. Yeah. There was actually one when Ash fought against Price, and I didn't care for it, because an idea clicked in his head while Cyndaquil was underwater. Yes, he used Cyndaquil against Dugong, in a water field. Whatever. But yeah, he had this idea click in his head, but Cyndaquil's not psychic. I don't know why it was able to read his mind. I don't care for that, but I care for it when they've actually got a proper strategy worked out. I really like that. His battle against Whitney has always stuck in my head because he actually had to use 3 Pokemon to take out her Miltank. But he thought up a way to do it. And that one's been with me since I was young. Probably because that Miltank is hell. That Miltank's actually the reason I know why. So when using a Steelix against a Steelix. Right, but you use a Steelix against a Steelix because it's the only thing that can beat it. I'm not using 1 Steelix, I'm using 2. It's like a 2-headed snake versus a 1-headed snake. It's gonna win, it's got twice the number of fangs. Give or take. Give or snake. This gym battle's such a bot, by the way. I don't even mind that I've had to hear it for... Well, let's not dwell on that. How much PP does Screech have, man? I thought they had like 20. Come on, come on, come on. New tab. Screech. Screech. No, don't fight. Never fight. This is my favourite gym scheme. 4, 3, 5, 2, 1. A 5 is the one that sticks in my head the most personally. Probably because it has the gym leader's final Pokemon theme that I really like. 3. It's difficult to remember any of them when this is playing in my head though. You know what I mean? 40! Alright, strap in. The thing is, Screech is all it has. Dare we try Present? I found the advantage music is a really good touch. I know, I'm so sad they never brought it back. Jasmine, what are these fake out strats? Alright, never mind. Get the cow out. I hit it with Present though. That's the thing I did. Was that a rock throw? Yeah, it's just kept them because they'll do no damage to the Steelix, I guess. I thought they ran out ages ago. If you ever want an example of rock moves being bad, by the way, you should look up rock throw's stats from Gen 1. I believe it had 50 base power, 10 PP, and like 65 accuracy. Because thinks there's lower defense for attacks. Yeah, I don't mind this because it means that we're going to know when it's out of Screeches because it's going to be forced to start using rock throw. Why does it have rock throw? It's out of Screeches. And it used a few rock throws at the start, so it's probably got only about 5 PP left. Are there any good rock type attacking moves? Accelerock is good for priority. Stone Edge has the issue where I would definitely say that while it's a good rock attacking move, right, it fits into exactly what you're talking about, and that they all have bad accuracy. Rock Tomb in Gen 6 onwards is actually quite good for most of the game. But Power Gem is where it's at. Generally no though. Game Freak does not like to give rock moves good accuracy. I'm actually amazed Accelerock has 100 accuracy. Rock and Steel just generally have horrible moves. Steel is like they didn't even try. Rock, they've got loads of moves, but they all suck. But some of them at least do interesting things. Ironhead is all— oh, I forgot about Ironhead, yeah. I was thinking, like, you got Metal Claw, you got Iron Tail, like, and they're just at such opposite ends. Yeah, Ironhead's actually pretty good. It's just a shame that not as much learns as would like it. Excadrill doesn't learn Ironhead by level up, for example. So if you want a Steel type move on it in a game without a move tutor, you've got to have Metal Claw. How can you still have so many rock throws? Steel isn't that useful. You have a good move. Yeah, Steel's not really designed to be a great offensive type, but I had to use Steel Wing in the Gligar run for most of the game. Because it was good against Ice, it was good against Rock, and it was neutral against a lot of things. Guillotine is effective against a lot. Well, that was the thing. Once I got Guillotine, that's all I required. It's a shame, because I like Steel types, but yeah, generally they're not great offensively. Fairy was added to try and help that, but all it did was make Fairy a really good defensive type because no one runs Steel and Poison offensively. Steel's at least not as bad offensively as Poison. Poison's only good against Grass and Fairy. At least in Gen 1 it had an interesting thing of being good against Bug. It's actually the only time in the series that two types were super effective against each other. In Gen 1, Bug and Poison were both super effective against one another. Xerneas Power Herb strat was just, oh god. What do you mean was? No, in the balanced Sword and Shield where they removed most of the decks to keep balance. Yay! Where they removed most of the decks to keep balance. I'm afraid that actually no, they added back in the legendaries. So they added Fairy because of how dominant, like, specifically High Dragon was, apparently. Like, not just dragons, but, like, High Dragon was so bad. Will she even heal? I think she will, but Struggle, I forgot it's not just recoil damage, it's a quarter of your max HP, so... Either she does, it's not a problem. And I did hit it with Present. That's a thing that I did. That happened. You were there, you saw it. Steel will hang on to the very last. Jasmine's normally such an easy gym leader if you've got just like a good hard-hitting neutral special attacker. But this sucks. The attack you used was in fact Present. Exactly. I used Present. It's the only thing I dealt damage to her with. Jasmine, it's a losing battle! I mean, we could try and just take it out with Presents from now. Come on, Nico. I trust him. The problem is, what if he heals? This godforsaken penguin. Do your worst, Nico. Yeah, even if he heals it, it's still gonna be the same. Because Present heals for a quarter of your max. Struggle deals a quarter of your max. So even if he heals it... Which was not an invitation. We didn't heal her at all in this battle. We never got the healing effect of Present, and that's why we won. G effing G. Yeah, indeed. I don't even know if that's the hardest fight we're gonna have all run. I think it probably is. I think if I'd fought that fight fairly, that would be the hardest fight that's possible here. Our Steelix would have just been... She compliments your skill. It was skill, it was strategy. That required a lot of knowledge. I had to know Steelix would live it. I had to use the Intimidates. I had to know that I would survive them. I had to catch the Steelix. Steelix is only a 2% encounter rate, so I had to make sure that I was able to catch them easily by encountering the... by maximizing their encounter rate with repels. I had there was a lot more knowledge went into that fight than it looked. One hurdle down. Yeah, I'm hoping the next hurdle won't be until lands. Complicated routing, easy execution. Hello, Vane. Welcome to the stream. Any other major ones you've looked into? Yes. Unfortunately, well, I don't want to say too much, but basically, I don't think it's possible to do this. I did indeed look into the game's final hurdle, and even with EV training, I'm not sure it's possible. EV training and level 100. But yes, hello Vane, welcome to the stream. This is Pokémon HeartGold using only Present. We just beat the 6th gym leader, but it was our 7th, which marks the first time we've gotten 2 gyms done in one stream. It's been a slow process. Honestly, if I can be Lance, I'll be happy. Right? If I can 100% Pokemon HeartGold using only Present, I'll live. But if I can beat Lance, I'll be happy. I'll go as far as I can. Oof, max revive spam. I can't use items. Oh man, if I could use items, there's not a lot that could stop me. I would just solo the game with Jim Jam. Like, X items make everything very trivial. But yes, Vane, hello, sorry, how are you doing? I meant to ask. I was answering questions. They were my own questions, but I was still answering them. And the barrel. You're fine? Good to hear. You could always do a lot worse than fine. Need a 60 follower goal? I've not even hit 50 yet! Oh, but you need to plan for a 61 in advance for when I hit 50? The thing is, I don't know how... 50 could be a very long way away. I'm trying not to get too excited about it, because I'm well aware that it might not be soon. I'd rather be realistic about it. Drink twice as much. Well, Okay, the I drink water came as a joke because someone was messaging me being like, oh, make sure you put a thing in to hydrate when you get channel points. And I was like, okay, I won't drink water until then. Drink sparkling water. God, that would be a follower goal. Chug 2 liters? I probably could. It's not a... like, you're only meant to drink a liter an hour. But that's over the course of the day. If you drink 2 liters, I don't think anything bad happens to you. So long as you don't do it often. 1 liter every follower? It's a subathon, but I die if 3 people subscribe. Okay, so screw the radio tower, quite frankly. We're gonna see what's going on in Mahogany Town. Also, Mother Dearest did not want anything to do with me. I know humans are mostly water, but come on. But where is it all? Because inside you it's just like blood and stuff. There's no water in there. That's a myth made by Big Water. Chain sickle. Right, what even is a chain sickle? How do I do farming with it? What? What? You don't need to do this in Gen 2. You never can have enough water. I mean, I could. I'm sure in Gen 2 you can go through the ice cave first. Yeah, you can definitely have enough water. Can someone give me the statistics on the number of people that drown every year? In Gen 2 you can. Yeah, I knew you could, okay. That's just one of these... So this is weird, because this is one of the only times I'm more familiar with the original game than the remake. Even though I've only played Crystal through once, and I played HeartGold multiple times, I guess Crystal just really stuck in my head a lot. It was the first game I ever nuzlocked fully. While children are at highest risk, anyone can drown. Every year in the United States, there are an estimated 3,960 fatal unintentional drownings, including boating-related drowning. That is an average of 11 drowning deaths per day. What's the intentional drowning stats? Water poisoning is literally a thing. Yes. Yeah, you basically get like drunk off of water because there's just too much in your body. Because the reason why I said you can only drink a liter... Oh, I need to go into the... do I have to come here first though and then find out that would be a good idea? But yeah, the reason why you can only drink a liter an hour is because that's just how much your liver can handle. My liver can probably handle less. It's not having a good time. I think it's recovered by now. But, I suffered from chronic pain for almost 3 years, and I was living on painkillers, basically, as a result of that fact. So my liver kind of suffered. But I want to say it's recovered. I don't know, I don't really drink as a result, because I don't want to die. Shouldn't try to scare people, why not? Oh, I keep the bag?! Styling! 55 you It's gonna make a drinking joke, that's sad. I mean, I was never really a big drinker, but I've gotten drunk a few times. Not being able to swim. I can't swim! 55 followers, drink 1 liter. Twitch recommends you do them every 10. Just so that you don't have weird gaps where they're really similar. I can't swim. I can only swim on my back. I can't swim on my front. I can't do it. I never learned. I tried. I was talking about it earlier on stream. I can't do a lot of things that other people can. While in rocket suit. Oh, I'll stay, because you don't get it for very long. You can't fly. Well, you can't leave goldenrod, to be fair, so that doesn't surprise me. Floating is legit. Yeah, I can only swim my back. I can't ride a bike. I can't tie my shoelaces. I only learned how to use the swings when I was 15 or 16. Never learned how to properly tie my shoes. I can't do it. I can't tie knots. Silver, please don't strip me. Why wouldn't you just battle me before? I'm not saying I blame him, right? But actually, I do blame him. Power move. What level's Steiner? 24. Steiner's actually probably a good level to go up front. Like, he does suck, don't get me wrong, but... Yeah, go on, we'll give him a go. Come on, Steiner, what can you do? Probably use Present, but... Right, this is his first battle, so don't be too harsh on him, okay? Oh, Christ. I knew, I believed. She believed. The rival's name is Silver? Yeah. That's his name. It's weird, though, that his name's Silver. So he passed the first battle test? Yeah, he passed the vibe check. It's weird because, to the best of my knowledge, the boy has always been called Ethan and never been called Gold. But like Red and Blue, Red is the playable character and Blue is the official name of the rival. They just kept the colour theme going. The boy's Gold in Gen 2. I wasn't sure because I know that Lyra doesn't exist in Gen 2 and it's Chris instead. But I wasn't sure if he was actually called Gold. Gen 1, the rival is Gary. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry to drop these harsh truths on you, but that's an anime thing. I'm afraid the protagonist in Gen 1 isn't called Ash either. Okay, Steiner, so basically you can hop in whenever you've got the HP for it. We'll worry about Virgilio and Serena later. Don't destroy my universe. I'm sorry. I have to. It's my job. I have to know all these stupid, tiny, pointless facts. I'm gonna check that on Ethan though. His name is Gold in the manual of Pokemon Gold, but no, he was actually always called Ethan. Oh, he never got an official name. There we go. He didn't get an official name until HeartGold and Soul Silver, so Gold was probably the default name at the top of the list. But the manuals all referred to him as Gold in Pokemon Gold, Silver in Pokemon Silver, which is cursed, and Chris in Pokemon Crystal. Chris was actually designed to be a gender-neutral name. Gold Hero, Taylor, and Carl. Every friend group got the Gold, the Hero, the Taylor, and the Carl. So Gen 1, the player is Ash, and the rival is Gary. No, it's an anime thing. Genuinely. Crystal, it's Chris, Matt, Alan, and John. Why does Matt only have one T? Where's the H in John? Sprite sounded like Ash and Gary. Blue looks a lot like Gary. But Ash is actually different looking from Red. Wait, what? What we want? Silver, Cameron, Oscar, and Max? Cameron? Oscar? I don't know, those are almost more normal. I can't say I've ever met anyone. Since Silver's default name is Silver. Yeah, I don't think Silver as the rival had a default name. But the rival is also named Silver. I don't think he had a default name until HeartGold Soul Silver either. But maybe he did, because everyone's known him as Silver. I'd never played Pokemon Masters. I only know it because they had that hashtag that just said Pokemon Master Sex. And everyone made fun of it. In the manga, okay. God, we got all the knowledge from all the walks of life in here. I'm pretty sure we could actually come together and figure out everything there is about Pokemon. And the anime's name is Jimmy. Yeah. Yeah, I remember Jimmy. The Legend of Thunder was one of the things I had. A friend got me the Pokemon Chronicles DVD when it was my birthday one year. So I saw a lot of Jimmy. Still better than Hilbert. Hilbert's at least a funny name. Gen 3 got it halfway correct with me. Yeah, but Brendan, I don't think makes a single appearance anywhere in the anime. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't remember him. Whereas I remember Jimmy. Almond, you're embarrassing me in front of everyone. Local cow kills a snake. More info soon. Look, can we just all be thankful that Jasmine did not go like this? We didn't heal her once. So as much as I'm complaining, I'll take it. Almond, come on, I know I said I'll take it, right? But chill. What is wrong with you? Breaking news. Look, it's not breaking news. It's been happening all game. Almond, please. What the hell was that? Alright, come on, Steiner. GG. The curse is spreading. Right, good job, Steiner. You put it back to exactly where it was when you came out. I love going back to the Pokemon Center after every single encounter. Sorry to give Cow the worst time ever in a few seconds. Look, these Pokemon... they're not exactly obedient. No, please, Jim Jam, you're my only hope. I'm running out of idiots. That was one Arbok. She had one Arbok. One Arbok! Gang! Get it together, please! I can't believe I have to go back to the Pokemon Center and heal after every fight. We can normally do 2 or 3. Heck, we've been in the water, we only had to go back to and heal once. At least Steiner's catching up, I suppose. Once Steiner catches up, we'll be able to level up one of the other two. I'm gonna be real, I've not decided yet if it should be Virgilio or Serena that we start with. It's pretty irrelevant. Putting Pokemon on the PC. Putting Pokemon on the PC does heal them, yeah, but it takes a few seconds. Like, did you deal with ghost types? Well, I need to rely on the dumb cow. Scrappy enables moves to hit ghost type foes. It allows you to hit ghost types with normal or fighting moves. It in fact means that normal and fighting give you perfect coverage against all Pokemon. Of course, we don't have access to fighting. I wish we did. But yeah, Miltank is unfortunately the reason why this run is possible. Thank the cow, I guess. Look, she's still needed. She can't afford to be slacking. If they could all just stop healing people constantly, that'd be grand. Right. Like 3 years ago, even. I thought someone might have healed you in here. I wasn't, but I am now. Five Pokemon? You don't need 5 Pokemon. Are they just gonna be 5 rats? I have a Sucker Punch. Five mons for 5 times the flash. But it's like it's specifically designed to waste 5 times the PP. There's no challenge here. It's just really bad for me, because I only have 15 PP on each Pokemon. And half the time they'd rather heal. Just to give Steiner maybe some training he can do. Yeah, okay. Where do you pick up the Life Orb? In, Johto. I can't remember. I'm really worried it's post-game. Because Steiner could really do with the big increase to his attack power. But don't get me wrong, he's doing okay against level 23 Rattata. If you squint. You gotta squint though. Well, he died. But I couldn't switch because I had Pursuit, so that sucks. Runes of Alph? Oh, it's in the bit of the Runes Alph I couldn't figure out how to get to. Shoot. Oh, I actually kind of need to get that. Okay. The radio tower, it'll be fine. Be fine for a few minutes at least, you know? Okay, if I'd realised there was anything important still in the Runes of Alpha, I would have stuck around. I mean, can I get it right now? I don't need Waterfall or anything, right? Oh no. No, don't hit me with the oh wait. I'm really afraid I'll need Rock Climb. This may be... You need Ho-Oh to get it? What? Alright, well I guess I can wait then. Not my problem right now. Secret mother. Oh, yeah, yeah, I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Okay. We'll give Steiner the silk scarf in the hopes he can level up a little bit on his own up the front. I won't bother with the experience share because that's just inconvenient. I might win another silk scarf just since we're in the right town anyway, you know? How many Voltorb flip coins do I have? Like, how difficult would it be to win another silk scarf? Yeah, there may be a terrorist attack going on, but my game corner's always open. You want to play Minesweeper Picross? Right. I have no coins. I don't have no coins. I have no coins. How do I have no coins? Did I end off on the exact amount? Gross. Not ideal. Okay, top row's worthless. This row's worthless. This row's worthless. So it has to be here. So now this is worthless. So there has to be something in this spot. Quite proud of myself, I actually figured out a game of Voltorb Flip. Yeah, I'm not figuring out this one. Yeah, I had the link before. VoltorbFlip.com. How much is it for a silk scarf? It's like 600 or something, right? Or is it 1,000? I think it might be 1,000. 4, 1, 6, 1, 5, 2, 5, 2, 6, 1, 3, 2, 6, 1, 6, 1. What is this card? It is a 1. A 1. A 1. A 3. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Okay. We actually got coins. It's actually... Sometimes the solver's good, right? Wish Voltorb Flip had more strategy in this. I know, I would actually be down to just play it for ages if there was strategy to it. But the fact is, eventually I'm gonna have to guess anyway. I may as well just let a thing do the guessing for me, right? 2, 7, 1, 6, 1, 5, 2, 6, 1, 5, 2, 6, 2, 5, 2, 4, 1. What is this card? What is this card? It's a 1. Come on, man. There we go. That helps. Oh, no, it doesn't. Yeah, okay. It's a Voltorb. See, this is the problem with Voltorb Flip, is that it very quickly makes me lose my mind. I'll give it a few attempts. If I'm not on a winning streak, I'm not gonna unleash the gambler's fallacy and assume that one will happen soon. I'll just leave. Like, how many silk scarves could I really need, you know? What?! What did I fill in wrong? Oh. I filled in the 4-1, the blue one, as a 4-3. So the thing told me that that card couldn't possibly be Voltorb. Okay. And we're done with Voltorb Flip. Oh, good night, Gratis. I'd like to get really good at it, to get coins, but even with the solver, it's just luck based. It's not gambling because you're not putting in, you're not putting anything on the line. What, to make too much progress, has to go gamble? Yeah, no, screw Voltorb Flip. Hope you had your fun with it. If I really need the other Silk Scarf, so let me think. Nico doesn't need a Silk Scarf because he's just there. Jim Jam's going to eventually want the Choice Scarf, and Steiner will have the Life Orb, so I will eventually want 3 Silk Scarves, unfortunately, so I will have to come back and get one. I just don't think I need it now. Oh, Runes of... oh, Ho-Oh. A little back and forth right there. The Volta Flip's the only way to get Thunderbolt Ice Beam Flamethrower. Yeah. See, normally it's not an issue, right? It's just I don't want to stream myself losing a Voltorb Flip for like half an hour. But normally I would be quite happy to just sit and play it. I've never done a Nuzlocke of HeartGold and Soul Silver, but if I did, I would probably spend a lot of time with Voltorb Flip. Like, come on, Steiner. Well, this should do a lot of damage with the Silk Scarf. Yeah. This allows Steiner to get experience points twice as quickly. Of course, it's still present, so we do what we can. Don't be wrong, like, while, yes, sadly, Voltorb Flip or whatever, like, you can get loads of coins in Voltorb Flip, and if you get lucky, it's significantly better than the Game Corner. It's way more in your favour than a normal Game Corner is. HeartGold and Soul Silver just have a lot of things, like infinite and fairly easy to get Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Flamethrower, infinite Headbutt as well if you're Nuzlocking. They have so many things that are kind to you that it sucks how many things they have that just work against you. Like, the fact that these Pokemon have terrible levels. Come on, Steiner. Yeah. Like, normally in the Game Corner, the only way I ever get the TMs is by just earning enough money and buying the coins. I mean, that's how you have to do it in Platinum if you live in Europe like I do. There is no Game Corner that can be played in Platinum in Europe. Steiner! Well, at least he won't take damage from that. It just means he's immune to paralysis. Full on muck. This might actually be a reset. This might be a game over. Present requires luck at let the anger out. I let it fester. Yeah, this actually might be a... This might be a whiteout. Gross. This sucks. If I could just hit it with one big hit, we'd do a lot of damage, but the odds are really low. Is Jim Jam coming sugar-free? I don't know, it's a dog, like... They got a lot of sugar in them? I've never eaten one. Does actual jam come in sugar-free? Like, it's made of fruit, you can't really remove the sugar, right? Looks like someone like a pig. Looks like a pig from the back. Granbull is very much a bulldog. Sugar-free jam would probably taste awful. What would it even be? Like I said, sugar's just part of the jam. This sucks. I'm sick of Team Rocket members killing me. They're meant to be throwaway. They're meant to be mooks. This is like getting beaten up by goblins. Oh yeah, it's a great game you suggested, but I just can't beat the slimes. Oh, thank goodness, okay. I maximise my chances of victory by just spamming that A button. I was so afraid that Almond was going to heal it. Hello, Mother Dearest. Seriously, where are my phone calls from my mum? Nothing. Not a one. No messages, no phone. I mean, it'd be a bit weird if she did, right? But like, still. Hey, that was awful. Oh, poison still hurts outside a battle. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Oh, that sucks. So even with Magic Guard, I'm not... I didn't need it in the end though, right? Like, poison, the whole thing was, it was like, oh, I can get poisoned and then Jasmine can't paralyze me, but it didn't matter. Pure, raw strategy is all I needed for Jasmine. Should probably do the Marl next. Yeah, probably do Serena rather than Virgilio. Because Huge Power, I think, means that she'll actually do more damage than he would. I always go one too high. Like, this is my 78th time, approximately, entering the radio tower. And yet... Hey, I fought you. I fought you. Okay. We're done with this floor. Why are there multiple paths? Do you heal me, DJ Mary? Ben. Okay, I'm starting to think no one heals me in here. No, no, they're all gonna have Intimidate. No, this is so tedious. No, it's like the Arbok, but you're gonna have 4. We can hear you. I hope so. That's the goal. That's what the microphone is for. They really are just gonna have like 78 Ekans. Okay. Big brain play. I think it'll go for Glare. But I don't want any of my other Pokemon to get glared. I'm sorry, Serena. If it's any consolation though, Serena, at least Jim Jam's not paralyzed? Unless you meant you can't hear me. No, well, that sounds fine. Well, I don't know if it is. I don't know if the mixing's okay at all. For all I know, like the music from the game is coming through like an No, okay, I was expecting I'd switch in, Serena would get glared, which would mean it would try and attack because the Pokemon that was out was paralyzed, so I would get the switch in without having to paralyze Jim Jam. That's what I was expecting. I just ended up kind of making Serena suffer. Steiner's catching up. Proud of him. 27 already. Okay, well at least it's not going to have anything that does anything while I'm asleep. It's probably just going to hit me with, like, Mega Drain or something. Yeah. Which isn't going to do a great deal, because Clefable's pretty defensive at least. Yeah, like, not insanely so, but that only did 9 damage, and it's only a 3-level difference. At least it was Serena, right? Like, our friendship doesn't matter. She'll become an Azumarill anyway. I just gotta take that Marill and just go like, boom, Azumarill. Just make it long. Nya nya. Yeah. Okay, Steiner, I know you can defeat the Gloom. Yeah, understandable. Okay, just so that we don't need to go back and heal right away, we'll just fling the experience share back on Steiner. Because if I have to go back and heal after every single battle, it's not really going to be ideal. Where am I though? I got kind of lost. Because I didn't go downstairs. Multiple paths opened up and I don't know the layout of this place. I'm just a girl with a dog. A dog that gives really, really violent gifts. Look at this level 24 Golbat. As a reminder, to get here, you have to beat a level 35 Steelix. These Pokemon do not need to be as weak as they are. Or maybe they do. Oh no, kill it. Kill it before it minimizes. I don't want to relive that. No, no, no! Okay. Meow. I love the cat noises of encouragement. I don't know what noise guinea pigs make. I don't know how you type it. This is the noise that the oldest one makes. Gotta go build computer. See you tomorrow? I'll see you tomorrow, Orpheus. I hope you have a good day. Building computers. Such a random aside. Oh, it's getting further to go to the Pokemon Center every time. But hey, at least the steps are good for that little ugly buff. Virgilio's gonna love me. You know, if we ever use him. Okay, we'll put Steiner back up front. Which means, Almond, you have to hand over your Silk Scarf, and Steiner, you can hake that. Just to give you a better chance of actually doing damage. Okay. I'm quite happy that we're catching up to Nico over here. Almond really doesn't hit much harder than Nico does. Huh. But literally all of our other stats that are important are an improvement, so... I don't know why I keep looking at those. They're not gonna change. They're level 1. They're little babies. I got it. I got the right. I got the right. Your internet's down? Oh, that's tragic. Since you haven't messaged in a long time, part of me really hopes that like that's a message from like 2 hours ago. My sadistic side would find that very funny. What just happens now? Send some engineers over Salt? Salt? Most of that sentence made sense, and then Salt threw me for a loop. Happened just now. Oh, that's... I mean... I'm real salty snacks. Your internet looks okay to me. Unless you've had to move over to mobile data or something. They're just shortening the... Oh! I didn't even make the connection. I was just like, you're Salt. Tiny screen on phone, you're a miniature. That wave was for you, Salty Snacks. Was it Salty Snacks? Did you think it was like Salt IE Snacks? Because that's not how you use IE. You could use snacks, i.e. salt, I suppose. But no, it's definitely... It must be salty snacks, but... I don't know, salt is good, that's all I know. Oh, Steiner, come on. You could totally have done that, you just didn't want to. I know bats are like endangered, and if one gets in your house, you're not allowed to kill it, but... And you have to alert the authorities. Why would you kill a bat that came into your house anyway? What'd you kill it with? Your bat knife. I don't know, it's one of these weird things. It's like, oh, if a bat gets into your house, you have to phone the authorities because they're endangered. And it's like, that's what I'd do if a bat got into my house. What do you think I would do if a bat got into my house? I'm not just gonna deal with it myself. You called... Yeah, exactly, you like... What else would you do with a bat in your home? You're not gonna, like, try and catch it with flypaper? Catch it how? What are your bat tools? You got your giant echolocator to try and tell it, no, you're the wrong... Catch it with... No, I don't have like a Zubat plush or anything, so I can't just like hold it to showcase how you would hold a bat. I don't think you're meant to touch it. Ethan! I don't have a Chikorita. I'm kind of in the middle of something right now. I've never owned a Chikorita. Ethan, what is your deal? Don't be so negative. Don't bite and you can pet them. I think bats quite famously do bite. Hit it hard, hit it fast, hit it hard, hit it fast. No. They all suck! Every Magnemite in this game sucks. Why is it such a high level? What are you locking on with? Level 27, you don't have Zap Cannon. That's a small benefits like killing all kind of living beings from insects to small birds. What small birds are in your house? Hit it hard and fast, that's my life's motto. Just keep that in mind. What are you holding? Oh, you do have Silk Scarf. You approve of this? I'm glad. If you got a bird in your house, you would say, thank God I got my pet. I had to do it. Like, I won't lie, right? I purposefully do not open the windows very much. Because I'm genuinely afraid of, like, what do I do if there's just a seagull in my home? But... It's not a thing that's ever happened. Seagulls and even better. Right, no, seagulls... Alright, this is how I know that you're joking, because seagulls are evil creatures. Spawned by the Lord Beelzebub himself in order to steal my chips. Maybe this is only something Scottish people can relate to, but seagulls have done no good for society. I saw the movie The Birds. You know, I've always thought it was a massive missed opportunity for there to be no ostrich in that film. Why do you have 3 Magnemite? Because there's a point, right, where they're all in a house, and they're scared, and they're sheltering for the birds, and they hear this creaking from upstairs. And can you imagine if they immediately like look over the stairs, and this rabid ostrich just starts running down them, screeching? That would have been terrifying. Okay, that helps, Tim Jam, I won't lie. I would have preferred penguins! Penguins are already evil though, right? No bats or seagulls, any other animals you could take as a pet. Guinea pigs? I think they'd be an alright pet. Shut your mouth, they're adorable. Oh, penguins are adorable! Or at least I did used to think so. But they are evil, I'm pretty sure. Snakes? I like snakes, but I would not be able to feed them live animals. It's just simply not a thing I'd be able to do. I love little crittery things way too much to ever just see them as food. I love millipedes though. I would love just a tank of millipedes or like spiders. What about 11 cats? When I was growing up, we had 4. That's the most we ever had at any one time, but there have been 5 cats in my household in my life, basically. Only one of them still alive, unfortunately, but... Did I have 4 at one point? I don't know, having multiple pets is the surest way to prove to yourself that animals have souls. At least in any definition. I don't know, I've met some people that believe that animals don't have souls and that's why they don't go to heaven and that's why heaven isn't full of mosquitoes or whatever as their justification, but if a soul is what defines your personality, right? They definitely do. They're such differing little creatures. Love cats to death, but 2 years ago I found out I'm allergic to them. I have never met anyone who owns cats who's not allergic to them. Everyone just loves through the sneezes. I discovered when I moved away from home that I was actually able to breathe. How you feeling, Steiner? Sure. Yeah, this is my thought, is that one way would lead to a door and the other way would lead to whenever we get the key. This is fine with me. He's only got 1. Come on, Steiner, you can do this. You can beat a Weezing. I think that was the 120. Well, we're gonna find out. But Weezing has loads of defense. There's the cats. I wonder if I'm allergic to myself. I know I've certainly felt allergic to myself for a lot of my life. I think it might have only been the 40. I think Steiner might just be stronger than I'm giving him credit for. Just blew my own mind. I'm having the weirdest sense of deja vu right now for some reason. Obviously deja vu is like, you know, I know it's not happened, so I don't know why I'm trying to remember when it did. Happens to me all the time, yeah. I'm just like, did I have this conversation? Yes. No, I don't mean right now. I know I had it right now. Okay, Steiner's attack's only 14 below Almond, and at 9 levels less, I think he's probably going to catch up. So he'll probably do alright. He'll probably be about Almond level, which is all I can ever ask of a Pokemon. Right, I got Pecha Berries. Pecha Berry. Lead over from the other parallel universe. That'll be what it is. I was actually struggling with something in a game last week, or the week before maybe, that I've never struggled with before, and but everyone was like, oh no, I've always struggled with this, and it's like, oh, I've fallen into a different timeline and I want to go back to my own. In the other universe, I'm a dog boy, not a cat. I would say the same for me, but I don't think they do dog ear headphones. If you've got Magnemite... Look, just don't have Magnemite. That's the end of the dream and the hope and the prayer. I will take it. Level 30? Ooh. Download. Oh, we love that ability. Oh, you're back! Oh, I thought you were gone for the night. Okay. Hello. Not this university. What? But what would be a dog? Like, dogs don't have a consistent eat. Did I just get clowned on by conversion 2? A ghost! Okay, you know what? That's actually a good thing. Because Ghost doesn't resist it. This is one of the only instances where a Pokemon will use conversion and then not resist when I'm about to throw at it. Oh, yeah, you're right about the fluffy ones. I'd forgotten about those. They just feel they'd be really inconvenient. But it's more... Almond, I will fire you. Okay. I mean, I could go all in with the cat aesthetic, but I'm not really a cat girl. I just think the ears are cute. Alright, well, Steiner now hits harder than Nico. Which is pretty good given the 11 level gap. Honestly, he's caught up very quickly. The ears aren't... Did you miss much? Honestly, no. Yeah, I don't think you did. But yeah, the ears are like... They're not the only cat thing I own. I have a maid outfit that's got cat motifs and comes with a little bell. And it has cat ears on the maid mop. Oh, and it's got a little cat chest window. No! Why'd you have 5? Okay, let's try and not get smoke screened. Are they all gonna explode? Has he just got the equivalent of like 1,000,000 grenades? Okay. One down. Alright, here comes the big boy. As soon as I saw his team, I remember that he has 5 coughing and a wheezing. Or is it, wait, or is it like something like 3 coughing and 3 wheezing? Is it something gross? Well, I can't remember. This is actually a decent Pokemon. Like level 32? Surprisingly high, given everything else. Could he stop critting? His only 2 attacks thus far have been critical hits. It's difficult for me to win if he does that. Ah, Jim Jam. She's dead if she ever tries to switch in. She has to just do it now. She didn't manage it. Tackle? Great, it's faster. At least this isn't super effective. Okay, so I'm pretty sure he only has 4 coughing left. I suppose my Sona is also technically half a cat. The ears! The ears have caused me to only attract cat people. My plan is a success. Eventually I'll get all the cat people of Earth in one room. Oh, they do go boom! They do go boom. The more you know, I guess. The cat is farming, exactly. Okay. We have 3 Pokemon left, basically. He has 3 Pokemon left. Uh-oh. Need big hits, Steiner. Bigger than that. Right, Steiner, you need to take it out now. Which means we need the 80. Really? 3 40s in a row? The cult of the cat is farming. Well, you know what, Steiner? It was a reliable 4 attacks in a row. There's only so much I can moan. Cats aren't even the animal I'm like most associated with. But they don't sell guinea pig ear. You know what? I don't want guinea pig headphones. The cat ones are cute. Hit it hard. Big hard hit. I will take it. Quite frankly, I'll deal. Nico, I don't often have any faith in you whatsoever. Guinea pig headphones with the earmuffs are just holders for guinea pig. They would hate that. If they're not properly supported, they'll scream. Yeah, Nico, I need you to kill this coughing, man. Remember the good old days? You and me? It took like 10 attempts to beat Faulkner? Uh-oh. I have full faith in Nico. Good. He's super glad you did that. And he's completely ready to let you down. Right, Serena, how do you feel about being a sacrifice? So that I can get rid of that accuracy down. I'm glad you agree. Farewell, little Meryl. How cruel. I needed to get rid of the smoke screen. Nico doesn't have very many attacks. He's got to make him count. Why is this so tense and close? Okay, Nico. You gotta finish him right now. Nico's MVP. I mean, technically he is, right? Like, we literally couldn't beat the game without him. I had to beat the first 3 gems with just Nico. And for as much flack as I give him, he did it. Right, Steiner, once you've gained another couple levels, I'm quite happy to give the experience share over to Serena and start leveling her up. Very happy with Steiner's progress. The poison should have faded right there, but it didn't. Oh. He had 1 more HP than I gave him credit. Oh, because he defeated it. I forgot there's a full dungeon in the underground too. Gosh, it's like this game realised it was meant to have a plot. They just remembered about it at the last second. Wins lottery. I've not even bothered entering it. Okay. Quite frankly, if things are... yeah, if we're gonna start just using Steiner in the front, I think I do want the other Silk Scarf now. Present Pokemon ID are clearly all winners. Is the lottery still running? I'll give it a go. I've won it once in my life. I've never won the grand prize, but I won the experience share, which is 2nd place. Is it you? Oh, well, no, no lottery. Oh wait, it's in the department store, isn't it? Is it? Lottery? Lottery? Well, we got Kibia berries. Are they indeed poison? Bugs, sorry. Oh, they are poison, sorry. Well then. Well, these would be a godsend if you were stupid enough to try this challenge in, Sun and Moon. Because suddenly, all of your Pokemon are Fairy type. Yeah, we're gonna win another Silk Scarf. I want 3, quite frankly. And I want them now. How I play doesn't make anyone's heart pound with excitement. Nothing I do makes anyone pound anything. Right, 3-2. Well, evolving Voltorb Flip at least. I'll just move past that one. 5-2, 7-0. And 6-1. That's a lot of ones. Right, this card is a 3. I'm sorry, there's a 38% chance it's a Voltorb. Level 1. was terrible. Advance to game level 2. Yay. Okay. 3, 2, 4, 1. Well, that's good. Those are worthless. Which means all the good cards are hiding out in the same rows. 2, 6, 1. 6, 1. My guess for how Voltorb Flip is generated... Ah, there's nothing good in that row either. My guess for how Voltorb Flip is generated... is each difficulty just places down a certain number of 2s, 3s, and Voltorbs? Rather than each difficulty necessarily caring about the actual difficulty of of solving the puzzle. Got there in the end. 5, 2. 4, 1. Oh good, that one's worthless. 3, 3. 6, 1. 5, 0. A 5, 0 is always helpful. A cheeky 4, 1 and a 7, 1. It's a 2. Why am I having to deal with 33% chances of Voltorbs? This is awful. It's game level 1. Advance to game level 2. Okay, I could try myself. And that's why I don't do it myself. I hope we've all learned a valuable lesson this day, and it's that I'm terrible at Voltorb Flip. Okay, 6, 1, 6, 1, 4, 1, 4, 2, 6, 1, 5, 2, 6, 1, 5, 1, and 3, 2. It was a 1. Are you happy now, Solver? Oh, that's it. Those were such, like, those were not good odds. But you see what I mean? We've already made 1/5 of what we need here. And it was not that hard to do. Okay, 5, 2, 5, 1, 2, 3, 5, 2, 7, 0. Yeah, like normally I would just try and make do without the silk scarf, but it's A, right here, and B, this run is quite frankly hard enough. That's a 1. That's a 2. That's a 2. I've already clicked them. That's also a 2. That's a 2. That's a 2. There's a 46% chance it's a Voltorb. Can we don't and say we did? Is that really the best way to solve it? Let me look at this. With while in this room, with while in this row. There's something else in this row that's good. And it has to be in one of these two. But it's, oh no, there's nothing. There's just guessing. It just picked that one arbitrarily because there's nothing else that we can do now. Oh! I Voltorb flipped. How does this game work? Okay, so yeah, cross between Minesweeper and Picross. I will explain it now. So this top row here has this red one, it says 5 at the top, and then it says 1 for the Voltorbs. So that means that the numbers that are in this row add up to 5, and there's 1 Voltorb in the row. Voltorbs are basically a 0. We can figure it a lot with this row, for example. So we have a 2, but we have 4 Voltorbs, but that means that there's 4 Voltorbs and literally a 2 somewhere in the row, which is gross, and I'll need to find it. Your goal is to flip over all of the number values, because every one you flip over multiplies your current score by whatever you get. This obviously doesn't affect... This means that 1s are worthless though, because... well, anything multiplied by 1 is just 1. Basically, yeah, what Grata said, it's a cross team Picross and Minesweeper. It's a 1% chance it's a Voltorb? Don't you dare, quite frankly. It's a 2% chance it's a Voltorb? What are these odds? I've never seen them this low. 5%? Even that's quite slim. What is this card? It is a 1. 11% chance for Voltorb. The thing is, right, is that the game will eventually be luck-based. There are loads of instances where you simply cannot feasibly guess what is around. And there's very little you can do about it. Because you see, look, if you lose... oh, well, if you lose, sometimes you drop game level. What is Picross? Shoot, I have a new question to answer. Well, if you lose, sometimes you drop game level. And dropping game level means that you get less coins. There's more coins available in the higher game levels. But the thing is, if you just back out and keep the coins you've got, you always drop game level. So there's literally no reason to not just risk it. Which is gross and bad. You may as well hope you'll be lucky. 1, 3, 3, 2. Okay, we could get somewhere with this one. We're still on level 4. I believe you drop more levels the earlier in a round you fail. So the game tries to take into account how luck-based it is. If you're willing to save and reload, or even just save state, then you can crank out the max score pretty easily. You won't have as much to work. This is a weird one, because there's nothing of value in the last 3 rows, which means that it has to be here and here. Those simply had to be things. I don't think I can do any of the others as easily, but yeah. Even the solver was like, yeah, it has to be them. But then the solver told me to click on a Voltorb. These have all been really low chance Voltorbs. Yeah, Picross is very fun, but it's hard to explain. I love Picross. One of my preferred puzzles. I like Voltorb Flip too, but ugh. 5-2, 4-2. If I lose one more time without winning, like if I drop down to game level 1, I'll just give up and cry about it. 6-0, 4-2, 2-3. What is this? It's a 1. I've already flipped it. It's a 2. It's a 2. It's a 1. What is this card? It's a 3! Okay, we won a game. We literally need to win about 10 games that have that level of payoff. It's really not that bad to do. Or it shouldn't be. We don't need that many coins. I'm not going for TMs here. Okay. Someone... I wish it was a little bit faster to put the stuff into the grid, but at least it's not that slow, you know? There are definitely timelines in which this is a more tedious task. And I am really glad I'm not in any of them. 1, 6-1. 4-2. Right, this looks like it's got a good payoff to it. What is this card? It's a 1. That's a 3. 3% chance of Voltorb, which means these two are good. That's a 2. Is that a 3? Oh, that's all of them. That was good. That was a good board, quite frankly. Right, can we please win a level 4 one? It would make my day. Actually, my day's already been made by the 3 follows, I won't lie. I'm a very small person. I'm very soft and small. Every act of kindness means a lot to me. 6-1, 8-1. Apart from acts of kindness to my enemies, and I wish my Pokemon would stop healing them. What is this card? It is a 3, thank you for asking. It's a 3. It solved it! It just solved it! I only had to take the smallest of risks. Thank you. Congratulati. Can you start that as a thing? That'll be my first emote. Congratulati. That'll be my original channel emote. I quite like it. I've been trying to think of my own version of Congratus for quite some time. Right. 0? 5. I have never seen a row that is just 5 Voltorb in my life. That's disgusting. %? Okay. 14%. Okay. Okay. We're done. We're done with Voltorb Flip. No! Okay, Arnie, what's up? I am awake. I'm glad you're playing with your Venonat because, well, they don't exist in any other region. I don't want any of this garbage. Okay, I mean, technically the zoom lens is also, or is it the wide, no, the wide lens is also considerable, but I'd rather the Silk Scarf. I ran the numbers, the Silk Scarf is the most valuable of all of these. Even though, ironically, the Silk Scarf, the wide lens, and the Metronome are all good for this run. Silk Scarf is the best. Most reliable. Congratus is unbeatable, though. I don't know, I like Congratulati. Yeah, we'll give Serena the experience share. Steiner can hold his own now. That's what really matters. Okay, we're done with the game corner. Because as far as I'm concerned, Nico doesn't need a held item because he's gonna suck anyway. And we're gonna get held items for the rest of the team at some point. And to be honest, if we do need another Silk Scarf, it's actually not the worst thing in the world. I just moan about it. It really doesn't take very long if you get lucky. Like, if push came to shove, I could save state. Oh, wrong place. I need to go underground. In fact, while we're out and about, how much does Virgilio love me? If I can... Oh, it's blocked off. It's a secret. Either that, or he doesn't. Even the haircut brother's gone. Why are you here? I wouldn't mind Ho-Oh. We'll save here in case we need to reset, because I think we have a rival battle coming up, right? Which is... bleh. I can't remember if he fights you at the start of this area or at the end, though. He feels like the kind of guy who fights you at the end, you know? Yeah, he definitely fights you at the end. Okay. Okay, all he's got is a Rattata. This is... When I saw you only had one, I was terrified. All the other people only had one. They just stomped me. Emote made? Oh, thank you. Is it terrible? I assume you've sent it to me on Discord. Oh, you're not. Secrets. Okay. I look forward to seeing it. That'll be £1,000. You know, I don't think I want it anymore. Yeah, Serena, you don't need to know how to curl into a ball. You're already a ball. Soda pop. Soda pop, soda pop. Who does that? I thought you were at the end, man. I was gonna go out and prepare for you and everything. You've got a terrifying team. At least we have 4 Pokemon, not just 3. Yes, it is terrible. Great. Maybe I'll try and request someone else to make a better one. Right, Steiner, come on. I know you can do this. Steiner. Well, we may as well only have 3 Pokemon if you're going to be one of them. Come on. Steiner! What was that? Finish it! Okay. Right, Steiner should have won that fight, and it's kind of really embarrassing that he didn't. I trust Almond to outspeed the Golbat and take it out, but we still need Almond for his Haunter, so she can't stay out after this. At least Serena should get mad XP from this. Why do you have one of those? Why does everyone pick up a Magnemite at some point? I'm just saying, I haven't seen very many Gligar around the region. No one's used a Jumpluff. But everyone and their mum's got a godforsaken magnet. See, the problem is, Jam Jam, is that you're still needed to take out, like, at least 2 of his other Pokemon. So, yeah. This is one of them. Like, I kind of need Jim Jam to take out the Quilava. Thought it might have been my mum. Call me about berries. Okay, that's a good hit. I don't want to be smoke screened. Sorry, Serena, this is your purpose. Deal with it. She might live. I bet that was closer than it looked, quite frankly. Okay, come on, Jim Jam. Punch it. Punch it with a gift. Punch it with Christmas! No! I really need Jim Jam to take out the Quilava, because I'm not sure if I trust Nico to take out both this and the Sneasel. Jim Jam! Look, I know there's a lot of individual things that could happen that could make it so that you don't hit as often, right? Okay. He doesn't heal. It's not great. But I do think Nico can take it out from this range. Do not mess this up. Okay. Like, Nico's taken out that Quilava before. I need to have at least some faith in him. And I do have the tiniest bit. Okay, here comes the Haunter. It can't hit Almond. I think we're gonna be alright. He's gonna get this into Sneasel. What's his last Pokemon? Oh, doesn't he have a Kadabra? But he must add it later. Because he has to have the Sneasel. We've already spoken to the guy that he stole it from. Yeah, so he must add the Kadabra later. It is a Kadabra that he adds, right? That's his final Pokemon? I don't think the Sneasel's gonna win this fight. It's gotta go through both Almond and Nico. Like, my luck's terrible. But come on. But come on. For a feint attack was even a thing. They changed the spelling of it in Gen 7. I did not, because it's very important for Glide. Isn't there a feint? Yes, feint and feint attack are different moves. Except, in the anime, everything's called attack. You know, it's like Flame Wheel attack or whatever, you know, like... So feint and feint attack are both called feint attack. But one of them's feint attack and one of them's feint attack. How did they not notice? Yeah, feint is one of the worst moves ever. They made it a bit better. But when it was introduced in Gen 4, I believe it was a 40 base power normal move that removed the effects of Protect from the opponent, but could only hit them if they were using Protect. So you had to out-meta your opponent. It was basically only usable in double battles. Otherwise you would be just as well putting a setup move in that slot. And you had to be faster than your opponent. It's like Quash in terms of the moves that they were just, that's just like, why did you make that? Now, if Feint lifted the effects and made it so they couldn't protect again for a few turns, that would maybe be a bit better. All they did was make it so that it can be used whether they're protecting or not, which is quite frankly not good enough. Well, at least we took out the rival. I am worried about Archer, I won't lie. Although it looks like, based on the time, he's going to be a next time problem, which is fantastic. I'm sure Serena probably hates my guts. I hope she's worth the effort. I'm really worried we'll do all this and she won't even hit very hard. But she's here because it gives me a Pokemon that's not just a normal type. You know, like not my entire team is not weak to fighting. But yeah, no, Feint is up there as one of the worst moves. I would definitely consider it one of the 10 worst Pokemon moves in existence. Alongside Bestow and whatever the one I just... Oh, Quash. Quash is the worst one. Quash is the worst move. There's no way there's a move that's worse than Quash. In terms of the fact it just does nothing. Like, at least Splash is meant to do nothing. Please don't let it minimize. Scarlet start streaming, we should have a raid lined up. Oh, that's convenient though. Yeah. I don't know though, like, because Vlog Lobsters is also streaming. And there are always people I want to raid, but it's like... Would I be better off raiding people who are playing the same game I just played? Is that a kinder thing to do? Is that more logical? Like, to my viewers? Reach all the areas of Yes, clearly my goal should actually just be to have raided every Twitch user. Right, thank you for taking the hit, Almond. It's Finster with a party of 5. Why Finster? Why is he who you picked out? Is he just there at the side like the recommended channels? Guys, have you heard of the new Twitch challenge? I'm really scared of the new Twitch challenge. Also, hello, Survivor of D. Haven't seen you in a while. How's it going? My joviality will change depending on how sketchy the new Twitch challenge is. Have you heard of the new Twitch challenge? Reveal your stream code on stream. Say your top 5 favourite things about Charlotte. Is that the new Twitch challenge? I don't know what my top 5 favourite things about Charlotte are, if I'm quite honest. It's insane how useful Milk Drink is. Well, I accept this being a challenge for chat. Okay, you know what? I don't like that I worded it as being a challenge, actually. What's Charlotte? I'm Charlotte. That's me, that's my name. Hello, Sky, by the way. Smokeball. Worthless. How are you doing? Actually, don't answer that. Do the challenge instead. What if I can only think of 3 things? So on the one hand, I'm really flattered that you can think of 3 things, and on the other hand... the scummiest self-destruct ever. That wasn't earned. Like our cat set. Thank you. I like it too. And I bought it because it was cute. Okay, this should one-shot. Oh, that was an 80 that didn't one-shot? Oh, yike. Okay. Oh well. At least she healed it before it boomed. You can say a lot of things about Almond, but that she's not a caring cow is not one of them. Magmar. Completes the set. Alright, I don't think Jim Jam's gonna have any issues with this Magmar. Like, she gives gifts like a pro. Well, I say like a pro. I more so mean like a terrorist. Roll out? No, you cannot learn that. Oh yeah, have I still got vitamins? If I've still got vitamins, they might be nice to hand out. Protein is a very good thing for Marl to have. Yeah, they're in here. No, but I'm gonna buy a couple. Like, I need to head out and heal anyway. Serena could do with some protein. Because Marl's ability doubles its attack stat, which means every protein you put into a Marl is effectively worth twice as much. Let's check my berries too. I don't know how long they take. Oh, may as well water them. I'm still awaiting Salty Snack's 3 things. Now I'm even more afraid that you said that you had 3 things, but it's a joke and you don't have any. Oh, there we go. Humorous. Determined 4-hour gaming, that's hardcore. I could go for longer. I could easily do like 6 hours every single day of the week. But I try and do other stuff. A good strategist. Oh, thank you. I do my best to strategize and make things entertaining. How many can I afford? I can afford 5. Only 3. It's very rarely actually worth buying proteins, but since I don't think my money's really gonna go on much else, I'm just afraid to spend all my money on them, you know? Let me fit in this thing. For all of your hair, what do you use in it? Oh, shampoo and conditioner. Gosh, we're reaching stream levels of positivity I didn't think were possible. Hello, old man. How would you like to buy some gold? No, you can't have that. Right, Head and Shoulders. What kind? My favourite's Badass? I believe it is Head and Shoulders. In fact, I actually don't use conditioner on anymore. We've ran out. I ran out of conditioner a while ago. And I've not restocked it, but my hair still fluffs up really nicely. You know what? Conditioner stops it from fluffing up, doesn't it? I probably like it more without it. Interesting. Well, we sold enough that I don't mind buying 5 of these. I mean, 5's the maximum I can buy, but at least I have stuff left over now. I can be real survivative, D. I completely forgot who you were. I picked it out from the fact you called me bro. Oh yeah, I was setting his attack stat before I use these. $15. I'm not expecting the most insane... I'm not sure I ever really knew it was you. 4, 5. Right, we're putting a lot of eggs into the basket that is this marrow. You told me once. Well, it's been a long time. Look, we gained a whole point of attack from that. I promise it was worth it. You gain more as the level up. It's just the calculation doesn't... Like, you're not going to really get a lot out of having done it at these low levels. But those proteins will make a difference. I think Steiner might actually end up being stronger than Almond. Well, I'm sorry if you told me once. I did genuinely forget. F. Well, I know now, and I won't forget now. But still, it's very nice to see you. Thank you for being here. Six? 6 Almond? That doesn't look like 6. That looks like 600. What do you mean 6 to next level? And again, that 6 is pretty huge too. Virgilio. Like, look, if people are going to use different usernames across different things, of course I'm going to forget. No, this is the wrong... The underground Charlotte. I mean, I also changed my username. That is true. What do I even call you now? Just Bird? Okay, we fought everyone apart from these two up here. Yarn have always been Bird. Is the tweet? Tweet indeed. What's the point of this guy who's up here in the top left, just vibing with you? Survivor of D's nuts, but Twitch character limit. I don't know what the character limit on Twitch is. Would you be able to fit that in? Alright, eventful turn. Survivor of D. You know what it sounds? It still sounds sexual phonetically. Devil Survivor. Oh, you were going for the... Okay. Apparently 25 is the limit. And Survivor of D's nuts would definitely fit, right? Why? Ugh! Not this guy. I'm convinced Roar exists purely to mess with my experience. Like, this just means I got nothing from this fight, basically. It didn't give him a tactical advantage in any way, shape or form, it just means the experience is split so thinly across all my Pokemon. Ugh. Don't flex on me, Almond. Good level. If we could stop trying to heal the Pokemon that keep inflicting statuses, that'd be grand. Level 16, only 2 more levels and Serena will evolve. I don't actually think that'll happen in this stream though. Game Free Cow here promoting burglar as a profession. Are you saying that they're promoting mother as a profession as well? Youngster? Bug catcher? Picnicker? You know what? Screw you, Steiner. Eat the nasty bitter powder. Mother actually is a job. Is it a job? Gamers now is the profession title of capo. Head of the Italian mafia. Like being a mother is surrogate. Like, don't be wrong, it is definitely a job in terms of the amount of time you have to put into it. Obviously, I don't want to devalue that, but I don't think anyone would ever say that it was their career. It's very acceptable to be a stay-at-home mum, but it's not your work, you know what I mean? I don't know, maybe I'm getting too hung up on words. You can give birth for money. You been looking into that? I thought a surrogate was generally like a friend rather than someone that you just kind of paid. How do we get here? Why can I never one-shot the coffin? Muck. Good luck with muck and its poison gas. Make one wrong move and it'll kick your grass. I miss the songs that used to happen at the end of the anime. It's only really a Gen 1 thing, but like... Who wrote that line? Okay, good. Steiner's level 31. Very proud of Steiner throughout this stream. He's become like a real member of the team. Did he say Uwe? Yes, mother. Parents, am I right? Probably fight another few Pokemon. Another few trainers, rather. Although, wait, I have to solve this puzzle in order to do that, huh? So we need to flip green, red and blue. Do we just need to hit each switch once? Every single game where a puzzle like this exists, that's always what you have to do. They never respect you enough to make it a real puzzle. I can honestly say I've never found a time where you don't just hit each one once. I want to say in Gen 2 the switches were all arranged differently. If there even were switches? I'm trying to think. At least I figured out you only had to hit each one once rather than just getting it out of luck, you know? Nice simple puzzle that I imagine stumped a lot of people. Because we were all pretty stupid as children. Good job, Steiner. So, what I'm learning about them, right, is Nico loves to heal. Jim Jam and Almond both love to miss. But Steiner just loves to do consistent low damage every turn. But, like, at least he does I'll let it slide for now. He'll wake up eventually, I believe in him. You know, I don't think I've actually had a crit like all stream. Like a crit that mattered. But I've been critted a lot. Come on. Come on, Steiner! I guess I did say earlier on, Clefable looks tired. But after a nap, he's ready to wake up and do the minimum amount of damage possible. Steiner! Oh well. But like, this isn't as crippling as when we only had one lad, you know? See, now Serena will get bonus experience for having been around. And that should push her over enough to evolve. Provided we can actually beat the Gloom. Yeah, there we go. I think the Gloom just died. I don't know, Jim Jam's like the older sister to everyone else, and she just comes out, picks up opponents, and just goes crush. But with love. Bubble Beam. Oh, you can't use that, because it's not present. Yay! What a horrible little Easter egg bunny. Bonkers creature. Looks like it could scuttle about on all six of its, like its ears and its arms and its legs, and it could scuttle about like some kind of horrific woodlouse. Anyway, 30 attack. As a reminder, huge power doubles it, so we're looking at 60 attack at level 18. Nico has 61 at level 41. I think Serena's going to be worth investing in. Very, very happy about that. She hits basically as hard as Nico does just now. And she's only going to get better. I feel bad for poor little Virgilio, but you know, he tries. So yeah, we got Steiner like caught up to a decent point. We got Serena good. She's not exactly a powerhouse right now, because Nico's pretty terrible, but she will be. And we got 2 gym badges done. We got 2 gym badges done. We beat Jasmine. I really worried Jasmine was going to take entire streams of attempts just to get past the Magnemite. But no, we just beat her in one go. And as another point of victory, this is the only stream we've done for this series where we haven't had a single whiteout. Amazing progress happened today. Good job, Steiner. So yeah, I'm very happy with what we got done today. Time to celebrate. And progress to staying hydrated. Honestly, that gave me such a high for the rest of the stream. I'm like... I would probably keep going, I still have the energy to do it, but I wanna watch a stream now. So just before I'll give my outro, I stream 4 times a week. Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. If you want, you can... Yeah, quit while I'm ahead, exactly. If you want, you can follow me on Twitter, you can join my Discord server, and you'll be able to see updates from me when I give reasons why I'm not streaming. If you want to see what I am streaming, you can see my schedule either here on Twitch or in my Discord server. And in general, joining my Discord server is just a great way for you to actually get to ask me questions, or talk about the runs I'm doing, or request games for me to play in the future, things like that. But yeah, apart from that, thank you all very much. Oh, thank you for linking the Discord, because I always forget you can... I need to set up a command, to be honest. But yes, join the Discord. But yes, thank you for being here. And yeah, I'm gonna raid Vlog Lobsters because I wanna watch your stream. I hope to see you next time. Have a good time. Farewell. Ciao.